Mind if I just bring it up there first so that I don't...
Rather.
Perfect, okay.
Thank you. The meeting will come to order. I want to welcome everybody this morning to our Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. We're in Denver, Colorado at our 6060 Broadway headquarters. And we will begin this morning's meeting with a roll call. I'll ask Molly to call the roll.
Bailey? Here. Beaulieu?
Here.
Haskett? Here. Jacober? Murphy?
Here.
Otero?
Here.
Reading?
Present.
Robinson?
Here.
Touchton?
Here.
Vardy?
Present.
Chairman?
Present. Thank you. We do have a quorum.
Can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
Molly, why can't we do random when you're doing a vote? Why can't we do it instead of backwards or forwards? Do you have something that can just do it random?
We can do that.
Okay.
We can do random, but we've tried to stay with some alphabetical order, start in a random place because it still gives you as a commissioner notification that you're coming up rather than everybody being caught flat-footed on the vote. It's immaterial and definitely is to me, but that's why I wanted to start in different areas than with the beginning commissioners all the time. But I still felt having a alphabetical order where we started gave you notice to commissioners prior that you were going to be up for a vote. But it's fine with me, Rand. I'm at the mercy of everybody else's wishes. However you want to do it, Molly, fine with us.
I can randomize as needed.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get started on our agenda for the morning, which will be agenda item 18, our 11-mile and state parks update. In this break, I will give an update. I did a little bit of investigative journalism last night, and you can buy a dozen eggs at Sam's for $4.89 a dozen. Anybody's interested.
Commissioners,
Welcome,
good
Dan.
morning.
Thank you.
My name is Dan Spries. I'm the park manager at 11 Mile and Spinney Mountain State Parks. And I appreciate your time today, giving me a little bit of time in front of you all to just give you a management overview of 11 Mile and Spinney and what we do down in South Park, Colorado. So starting off here is our park complex. And for those of you that are unfamiliar with 11 Mile and Spinney, we are located in South Park in Park County, between the towns of Lake George and Hartselle. So where Highway 24 and Highway 9 meet, we are in the southeast corner of that section. The park is run as a complex, and so both 11 Mile and Spinney are run by one staff. The parks themselves are owned by 11 Mile is owned by Denver Water Board, and Spinney Mountain is owned by Aurora Water. And so Parks and Wildlife leases the recreation rights to these places from these entities to provide a quality state park experience for the public. Very quickly, I'm going to go just some kind of basic facts for both of the parks, starting with 11 Mile here. Both 11 Mile and Spinney are part of the Northeast region. We are the furthest south and west park in the Northeast region. The dam for 11 Mile was completed in 1932 and became a state park in 1970. We sit at an elevation of about 8,600 feet, and we have almost 11,000 acres at 11 Mile. There's 3,400 acres of water and 7,500 acres of land. 326 camp spots spread across 9 campgrounds, 5 miles of trails. We have a park office with retail items, 2 boat ramps, and then we do have a marina that is run by a concessionaire in 11 Mile Marina and 11 Mile Sports.
So you're not feeding back so much.
Oh, you got it. That's it.
There you go.
That better?
Yep.
Perfect, thank you. And then just a little bit about Spinney Mountain here. The dam was completed in 1981, and the state park was established in 1987. Spinney Mountain sits upstream 11 miles, so a little bit of additional elevation there at just under 8,700 feet. 6,100 acres, 2,500 acres of water, and 3,600 acres of land. 2 boat ramps, and it is a day-use only park. And so the park opens in the morning, closes in the evening, and for our management, it is closed throughout the winter. So one of the things I will mention about 11 Mile and Spinney, as you look at this picture here, this is Spinney Mountain at full pool, more or less. And that is a fairly common sight for earlier in the year, but an uncommon sight for later in the year. And so the way that we run Spinney Mountain is water for Aurora Water is let out of Spinney Mountain to feed downstream. We do see fluctuations in the water, and so we manage the park based on whatever water we have. So boat ramps will oftentimes close early in the year, depending on ice off, and right now there's still quite a bit of ice up in the area. The park can open as early as April 1st. We typically open as April 15th is our earliest opening date for boating. But sometimes we've gone middle to end of May until we've actually opened Spinney just because of the ice that's out there. This year we will probably be looking towards a little bit of an earlier opening, but it's definitely still iced in, and we have a long bit of winter/spring coming still. So. A little bit about our park staff and our volunteers. We have 7 full-time employees that work for 11 Mile and Spinney. Myself, a senior ranger, and a ranger. We have an administrative assistant who handles our front desk and our financials. We have 2 park resource technicians that handle our maintenance program and our fleet program. And we have an administrator, one of our newer positions, that handles our ANS, aquatic nuisance species, our volunteer program, and our education program. So we have 15 to 20 seasonal staff that we hire every year for our busy season. Typically, those seasonal staff will start in April and May and will run through the summer holiday season. We let some of our staff go after Labor Day, and we keep some around through December. Previously, talking about Spinney, Spinney closes November 1st for boating every year and November 15th as a complete closure of the park every year. And so we will keep seasonal staff through that time to help run Spinney. We also have 8 spots throughout our campgrounds and in our maintenance yard for camp hosts. This is one of my topics a little bit later here, but it is very rare that we are using our camp host spots for actual camp hosts. Between our seasonal employees that happen to have RVs and even our full-time employees that have RVs, we are utilizing these spots in different ways to help our people establish in the area. So just working through the attractions that kind of bring people to 11 Mile and Spinney. Fishing, camping, boating, and hunting. There is a very good reason that fishing is number 1 on this list. If you have been to 11 Mile or Spinney, there is a good chance that you were there to fish. It is renowned fishing at both parks. Spinney is one of 3 gold medal lakes in Colorado, the other 2 being Steamboat Lake and I believe it's North Delaney Butte Lake in Walden. Both lakes contain brown, rainbow, and cutbow trout, northern pike, carp, and perch. 11 Mile also has a population of kokanee in the reservoir. So the South Platte River between 11 Mile and Spinney is known as the Dream Stream and sees anglers from all over the country and internationally. This is a huge draw to this area. Another point for later, talking about our challenges, these parking lots between the state park sections and the Charlie Myers State Wildlife Area, which is kind of in the middle. If you are there on a Saturday in July and you're not there by 8 o'clock in the morning, you're not getting a parking spot to fish this area. It's loved by all and is extremely popular. We are stocking both reservoirs annually. This is actually a really interesting way that this is done because we do most of our stocking in the winter. Because we have populations of northern pike in both reservoirs, Brian Johnson, who is the hatchery manager down at Mount Shimado Hatchery, there's actually a great podcast that Colorado Outdoors did with him a few years ago as well. But they stock in the winter so that way, as the pike are kind of entering their winter hibernation, for lack of a better term, they stock with catchable trout so that way they have a larger chance of survival. A little bit about our camping. So as I mentioned, Spinney Mountain is day use only, so this is all for 11 Mile. 326 camp spots in 9 campgrounds. We do have electricity sites in our Rocky Ridge campgrounds for a total of 52 sites that are electricity. All of our other sites are primitive, so we do have water hookups available throughout the park in a few locations, but there are 2 dump sites, one on the north side and one on the south side. Other than that, all of our sites, there's no sewer hookups, there's no water, there's no electricity, they're just basic primitive sites. We also have 16 backcountry campsites. These are anywhere from, they're on a northeast shore of the reservoir. They're anywhere from a half mile to about a 2-mile hike in to get to these camp spots. And these are probably our most loved campsites in the park. They have some fantastic areas that they are located in. They're kind of in the coves, in the rocks on our northeast corner of the lake, and they're absolutely breathtaking spots. I know many of our own CPW employees will come out during the summer to use those to be able to kind of home base fish out of those. So our campgrounds are open May 1st through September 30th, and then we do partial closures during the winter season. So this time of year, it's a lot of ice fishermen, but for those of you that have been to South Park before, the winter time is sometimes brutal, to say the least. Winds, snow, cold. I know maybe in January, Lake George actually set the 11 Mile Reservoir specifically set the record for coldest place in Colorado, I believe at negative 34 degrees. So that's why we do winter camping closures. That's not the most favorite time for most people to be out there. So. And then we do also in our campgrounds have a camper services building attached to the park office. This is our shower and laundry facilities, and we open that seasonally, typically from Memorial Day to Labor Day. All right, a little bit about boating at both parks. As mentioned before, there are 2 boat ramps at each park. Boating is allowed a half hour before sunrise to a half hour after sunset each day. And one of the big concerns we have in the area is our aquatic nuisance species. 11 Mile and Spinney both are containment reservoirs, and so we have at both water bodies Eurasian water milfoil and New Zealand mud snails, which are aquatic invasive species. New Zealand mud snails especially are frequently found at areas that are highly fished. They are spread typically by anglers' equipment such as boots for wading boots, waders, things like that. And so we did, between the 2 parks, 15,000, almost 16,000 inspections at 11 Mile and 6,500 inspections at Spinney Mountain. It's one of our big areas, and our administrator that we hired last year, this is a program that he has taken over and has done a fantastic job at making sure that what we have in our reservoir is not going to other places. One of our things that is also written into our contract with both of our owning entities is we don't allow body water contact at either reservoir. So there's no swimming, there's no jet skis, there's no tubing, things of that nature. Briefly about hunting, we primarily through our area, small game, waterfowl, rabbits, and turkey, but there is some big game habitat and hunting that occurs at the park as well. For those of you that have ever driven down Highway 24 or up Highway 9 or 285, the area for South Park is absolutely loaded with pronghorn. And so that's the primary hunting that's done, especially around the park, is pronghorn hunting. We also have a unique area in that we have really great connectivity between the park, local state wildlife areas, the Forest Service, and state land board land around us. There's areas where you can park on the side of the road and then you can hike for miles and miles and miles and stay on public land and enjoy the hunting that's around us. So. Just a little update on our visitation and financials for fiscal year 24. Annually, we see about 230,000 people to 11 Mile and about 75,000 to Spinney. Revenue between the two parks hovers around 1.5 million, and our budgets are just over 500,000 and 150,000 between the two parks there. So I've mentioned a couple of these already, but some of the challenges that we're seeing between 11 Mile and Spinney. So first is the overcrowding, talking about some of these areas that are just absolutely loved by the public are the Dreamstream section. And while we don't own and manage down below the 11 Mile Dam, that's actually on Forest Service land, and they're the ones that manage that through a concessionaire. Even down there, the South Park area is seeing so many people come out, and the word is out that the fishing in the area, and when it's gold medal, it's not necessarily a secret either, but the word is out that the fishing in the area is fantastic. And so finding ways to help spread people out, to give people new ideas on places to go and where they can be is always very helpful with that overcrowding. One of the other issues that we deal with is housing. For those of you that have been down in the area, Park County has 2 of 3 major, and major is a very loose term, population areas, the town of Fairplay, town of Alma, and town of Bailey. Besides that, we're looking at 45 minutes away from the park until you get into areas that provide housing for either seasonals that are in the area to be able to draw a seasonal pool from locals, or for our full-time employees that are coming to our park to work to be able to find housing. It's definitely a challenge and something that we are working at to make sure, like I mentioned before with the camp host sites, of finding ways to get people in the door to let themselves establish so that way they can look for housing and figure out what's right for them and their family, which also leads into the next point of retention. It's very tough living in Park County at times, especially as you go through long winters and long commutes for some of our families that we have employed with us that have children in schools and things like that. I will say, knock on wood, we are full staff for the first time in a number of years, and very excited about the staff that we have. We have a phenomenal staff. And it's definitely exciting to have everyone there and everyone working toward the same goal to make sure the public's enjoying our wonderful parks and making sure that everyone's safely recreating. So, just working through some recently completed projects here at the park. We recently upgraded our breakwater system at 11 Mile, and I have another slide on that coming up. We've made upgrades to our shower building, including new water heaters and new ADA equipment. We put in a new shop building 3-4 years ago, a new roof and awning at the park office. We put in a boathouse at 11 Mile to house our Ranger boat for faster response to emergencies. We've improved signage through both parks, and while not a completed project from CPW's perspective, Park County has recently redone the roads around the park. For those of you that have ever been to 11 Mile and Spinney, you know that those roads were in a state of disrepair, but last year Park County came through and turned the roads with a machine, turned the roads back into dirt and regraded them and added magnesium chloride to be able to stabilize them. And the roads are now in they're dirt instead of pavement, but they are in fantastic condition, and definitely we've gotten a lot of compliments from our visitors that they're no longer breaking axles and popping tires and things like that. So a little bit about our breakwater system here. So that's the 11 Mile Marina, our concessionaire there in the left photo, 11 Mile Sports, and that's our North Shore boat ramp. So you can see on the left-hand picture there, it used to be the plastic barrels that were all chained together, and you lose one link in that chain, and all of a sudden you have 100 plastic barrels just floating throughout the whole reservoir, and you got to go round them up and figure out how to tie them all back together. So in the picture on the right, you can now see that we contracted with a company. It is now a floating metal breakwater system, and it is chained to the bottom of the reservoirs with anchors that are the size of cars. And so it's firmly in place. We did have a little bit of an issue last year and had to bring them back out just to reposition it, but it has been a tremendous addition to the boat ramp and has definitely increased safety as we get our frequent windstorms in South Park. This has definitely increased safety for our boaters as they all look to come in and get out of the elements. So a couple of future projects we have coming up here on the horizon. I will mention the archery range in our next slide, but the expansion of our RV sites, that kind of talking about that before, where we're using our current camp host sites to house employees. Well, we'd like to add more of those. That way we can still house our own employees, but also get back to that camp host program and make sure that we're having our volunteers utilizing the parks as well. So, and then we are also in the pipeline for the Dark Sky program. I know there are a few state parks that are working through that right now, and it's something we're very excited about because I didn't have any of the rights to any of the pictures, but if you were to Google Dark Sky pictures out of 11 Mile, there's some fantastic photography that's out there of especially the events such as meteor showers and things like that. There's some really, really special pictures that come out of 11 Mile because, as I mentioned before, with only 3 kind of metro areas, 3 towns around us, there's not a lot of light pollution, and so we get some really great dark sky viewing. So these are the plans for our archery project. It is slated to break ground here whenever the ground thaws this year, and will be completed by July 1st. And so we're very excited about this. This is going to be a great addition to the South Park community to be able to offer a safe place to both be able to teach archery and for people to come out and practice archery in a controlled setting. So as you can see from the picture on the on the left-hand side here, we're going to have 5 bays that it's going to be our teaching area. This will be a covered area, so that way we can come out and we can teach people archery classes in a short range, and then we're going to have an additional 10 ranges, 10 targets in varying distances going out I believe we decided on 60 yards to shoot long distance out to 60 yards there. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our partners that we have in the South Park community. We've worked very hard with our new staff to establish relationships with all of these agencies and with all of these people to make sure that we're being good partners, and that when we have issues or when they have issues, that we're looking out for each other. And the first one I want to mention, and it's my fault, Mark, for not putting you first on the list here, but Area 1, so Mark, Brantz, Ian, Bill, Ty, all of our wildlife officers that we have in Park County, we have a great relationship. It's really great working with them, and I'm super appreciative of their willingness to come help us when we have events and to have us help them when they're working through their events as well. But our other partners in the area, Hartselle Fire, Lake George Fire, Park County Sheriff's Office, Park County Public Works, the Forest Service, the Town of Fairplay PD. I have a picture of Flight for Life there. Because of our remoteness, we're pretty frequently working with the pilots for Flight for Life and seeing them on a more consistent basis than we would like to, but they're a great partner for us. So, and to kind of, I was telling somebody in the back of the room earlier to kind of bring this point home. So yesterday, as I was heading up here on 285, there was a call from the sheriff's office of a domestic violence in progress. And as I was looking up on my phone where it was less than a mile from my location of where I was traveling. And so I called in and said, would you like assistance? And they said, absolutely. And so I'm very proud of the work that we've done as a staff to establish these relationships and work with these partners. Leaving you very kind of briefly here with one last slide. This is something that we wanted to mention and in Wild Horse Reservoir and of a potential future impact to park management and park operations. You can see from the picture there on the right-hand side, that is actually Spinney Mountain Reservoir. And on the left-hand side over here, this is the proposed Wild Horse Reservoir. Aurora Water is proposing this as a storage reservoir to increase their capacity in their system to provide water to their users. Right now, they're kind of still in the planning stages, and the expected completion is in the 2030s. It's going to be a large reservoir. It's the same general footprint as Spinney, but it will hold more water than Spinney will. And so it's 100 feet deep and 12 miles of shoreline, but I just wanted to make sure that we mentioned this in here and showed you guys that while we've had very brief discussions with Aurora Water on what all this looks like in the future, that at least there's opportunities out there and being explored and working with our partners. It's really great because Aurora Water is already our partner with Spinney, and so we have those open lines of communication and talk with them on a frequent basis, and so working with them has been good, and this project's no exception to that. So. And then finally, just want to leave some time here. If anybody has any questions that I can answer, I'd be happy to do so.
Dan, thanks. It's a great report. And Commissioner Bull, you're up, but I did have one question since you were on this topic right away. The Wild Horse Reservoir, has it been permitted? What I wonder when I hear something like that, I know all of the advantages to it, but that is going to require water rights that are going to be taken from beneficial use somewhere else. Do you have any information on that, Dan? Like for that water to be placed in storage? I presume a decree has been made for a storage right, but the actual physical water, where is it coming from that will fill that reservoir? And if you
Pull that slide up.
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
And I can actually show you on that slide there real quick. So if you look here, this green line, this is the Otero pipeline. This is an already existing pipeline. So some of the water that, I apologize, that is the new pipeline that they are proposing. This leg right here, there, you can't quite see it on the map, it's a little too small, but there is the Otero pipeline that comes and currently runs into Spinney Reservoir, and that pipeline actually comes from the Arkansas River. And so the water that's taken, that the Aurora Water has rights to in the Arkansas River, is run through the Otero pipeline and put into Spinney in the southeast corner of the reservoir. It's called their Home State Canal, and that's where the water is currently going. Basically, the plan is to divert that water. From what they're saying, the plan is to divert that water into Wild Horse and let Spinney more naturally flow through the South Platte.
It probably, my guess is, that's water that now is going to Twin Lakes possibly. What do you know that? The reason I ask this, I'm on the board of Southeast Water Conservancy District, and we administer that water. That's probably more than likely Colorado River water that's coming across to the Boosted or something like that. So what it's going to be changed over, just taken into this proposed Wild Horse Reservoir. You don't anticipate it will have a net effect on Spinney?
There are a lot of different proposals that they are currently working through, and I know that our water resource people with CPW have been working through their proposals to provide feedback on what they would like to see, provide feedback on things that they think would be detrimental to this area. And so I will fully admit, water rights and water law are definitely not my expertise, and so I can't speak too much to that.
My apology, I didn't mean to put you on the spot on it. I knew a little bit about Wild Horse Reservoir, but I wondered, does it have the potential to have any negative effect on Spinney or 11 Mile, is my question. Like, for example, you started off with, at the end of the season, Spinney can be very low, and I presume that water will be held in Wild Horse rather than the potential of filling Spinney.
I think what they are trying to figure out right now is I think a lot of what's being done right now is like water modeling and figuring out if that Otero pipeline is no longer providing water to Spinney, what does the water look like? And they've talked about potentially altering where water is coming from downstream, working through other reservoirs. Quite frankly, there are so many different scenarios out there that I don't know exactly which one they're kind of leaning towards.
I would encourage people to investigate. Right now, Aurora has a proposal to take water out of the Lower Arkansas Valley, off of farms in the Lower Arkansas Valley, and I would presume this may have a nexus somehow. So that's the reason for my questions, and I'll stop with that. Regional Manager, if you have something to add, fine, but...
Good morning, Chairman. Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager. It is West Slope Water. They have rights to it, and it may change our operation at Spinney a little bit. And so we're working with the City of Aurora and having discussions. There's some BLM land that's in play in this particular situation. So we are looking at possibly recreation on the reservoir, which would require facilities, maintenance facilities, infrastructure, staffing, all those things that we're talking about would probably be run out of as a satellite out of Dan's Parks, is the way we're kind of envisioning it if that comes to fruition. So
I presume the commission will probably hear updates as that happens. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Bull, you were up before me. I'm sorry for going in front of you.
No worries at all. Thank you, Chair May. And thank you for the presentation. I'm always excited to see a park update on the agenda. And I also have to apologize because I definitely called Spinney Mountain spiny yesterday and was quickly corrected on that. So thank you for your presentation. Looking at the website, there's a lot of burning opportunities, saw the bird list brochure, which I think is awesome. So again, a plug to the website, it's just got so many great options when you really want to dive deep into the park. I was hoping you could answer a couple questions when it comes to volunteer opportunities. You had mentioned that retention is a little difficult when it comes to visitors. I wonder what volunteer opportunities there are, and do you face similar issues when it comes to retention and possible recruitment given the location?
I think recruitment's the big one of those two, because when you look at our greater area where the parks exist, it is definitely a small pool to pull from, and so looking at the makeup of Park County and the makeup of the surrounding area around us too is very seasonal. And so we get a lot of people that will come up to Park County for the summers and they'll return to their winter homes once the winter starts in that area. And so we do have some locals that we have as part of our volunteer force, and they're fantastic for us, but it's definitely a small pool to pull from. And I think that, completely honest, a lot of times we also find that our volunteers that we enjoy, if they eventually want to get paid, we bring them on as one of our paid staff members as well, just to incentivize keeping them around and keeping good people around us.
Great. And then I'd also read that Ute tribes had largely occupied the area and was wondering if there was any engagement with them or any kind of efforts going on in that space.
There is, and I know that the statewide programs are definitely doing those engagements. We've kind of told them that we would love to be a part of that, and looking through some of our historical documents from building the reservoirs and seeing some of the things that were in the area as they were building the reservoirs from their cultural surveys. It's definitely something that we are involved with and looking forward to expanding those relationships in the future.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Bollier. Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair May. Thanks, Dan. I love these presentations about the parks. It's a highlight of the meetings for me. I had a question. Have you considered, given that overcrowding is such an issue, have you guys thought about at all timed entry or limiting entry to increase the experience?
So we have a little bit of a unique situation in that we do have a state park, a state wildlife area, and then a state park. And so as we talk about timed entry, it would have to be a collaborative effort between the area and the parks. It's definitely something that's been mentioned before. We've talked about a lot of different options. I know a couple years ago they were doing a visitor survey to figure out how many people were truly coming into these areas to kind of be able to put numbers behind our actions. And I think we're still kind of sorting through all of that, but it's definitely an option that has been thrown out there and something that we've considered.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Reading. And I suppose we've noted that Commissioner Jacober has entered the meeting. Okay. Commissioner Jacober, why don't you go ahead?
Oh yeah, no, that's thank you, Chair May, and thank you for the presentation. That was really great. I was just wanted to come on for the record that I'm on. I had trouble with the Zoom, but I'm here, and great presentation. I love those reservoirs. I love fishing them.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacober. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. I see Commissioner Otero up there. I just hope he knows he's got a canal named after him somewhere. Well, first, thanks, Dan, for the presentation, and thank you for pursuing the dark skies. I agree, it's a special place. I had a couple questions. I'll just do them both, and then you can. One is, there was a bill a few years ago, I can't remember the name, on dealing with counties and roads where our facilities might be the major impact on the county road system. And I was wondering, this seemed like it might be a place. I was wondering if that has kicked in here or how we're addressing that. And then my other questions were on camping. There's no camping at Spinney, and I'm assuming that's part of our arrangement, or okay. And then you're adding, you said the backcountry sites were super special, but we're adding RV sites. Is that just because we're out of backcountry and we want to keep it special? So anyway, those were my questions.
So addressing the RV sites, that's poor wording on my part, and that's my bad. We're adding RV sites in the sense that we're adding more camp host sites to like our maintenance areas to provide housing for our staff that are utilizing those sites currently. So that way we can then take our camp host sites that are actually in our campgrounds and use them for their intended purpose of camp hosts. That's poor wording on my fault. First question, so Senate Bill 2359 was actually the couple of the Park County Commissioners that were involved with the working that through the system and getting that implemented. I know last year there was a hiccup on their end in that their county manager retired shortly before the due date for that, and it kind of got lost in the shuffle. And so it is definitely something that they are looking forward to next year and to utilizing those funds.
And this is Hillary Hernandez, the regulations manager. So that cycle will be coming up. Those applications I believe are due in May. And so if they do want to submit for that, they can.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Otero, did you have something?
No, I just came on camera because Commissioner Jacober was on there, but I don't have any comments at this time.
Very good, thank you. And I will add to what Commissioner Touchton said. You not only have that pipeline, but you have a county named after you too.
Actually related to them, Miguel Otero. Way back when.
Any other commissioners with questions or comments? Commissioner Murphy. I'm sorry, Robinson. I almost got through a whole meeting without doing
Exactly. Thank you so much for your presentation. I just have to give you a shout out. My mom and dad, who are, I would call them now, retired career fisher folks, constantly come up to 11 Mile and have called it their secret fishing hole. And so they absolutely love your parks and just say that's just really well maintained. So thank you so much. I had to give a shout out for them.
Thank you very much. I hate to tell them the secret is out, but it's much appreciated hearing that from the public that they enjoy being there. So
absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Dan, one more question I had. You talked about the parking lot filling up by 8 o'clock in the morning. Do you have a problem with overcrowding on that Dream Stream, or how do you control if you have so many people? Is there any control, or is that ever an issue?
honestly, the parking lots help that a lot, and a lot of times the design behind parks, as much as it frustrates the public, the design behind having only 10 spots in a parking lot and not expanding it to 30 or 40 is that we kind of view that the area that people typically go out of a parking lot, there's enough room for 20 people on, a typical 2-person per car. And so the river itself, we very rarely see actual issues between anglers. There is generally enough room to spread out. There's a few holes on the river that are more popular than others. And typically a lot of times you'll see the main person fishing the hole, and then there's like 2 or 3 guys either side of him that are just waiting for him to stop. But in terms of the actual river, and Mark Lamb can correct me if I believe there's about 4 to 5 miles of actual river between the two. Is Mark giving me a thumbs up in the back? Thank you. And so there is a good amount of room to spread out. We also do have a couple of parking lots that are a little further away from the river that require a couple 100-yard walk to get to it. And so that does allow people to work into some of the areas that don't get hit quite as hard and spread out a little bit as well.
So overcrowding is not really an issue yet that you have?
Not on the river, just in the general sense that it's just filled up very quickly.
Thank you, Dan. Any other questions or comments? It's a great presentation. Every time we have one of these, it's enlightening. I appreciate it.
Well, again, I appreciate your time, and thank you for letting me be in front of you today.
Thank you very much. Well, we'll complete this and we'll move to agenda item number 19. I ask Fletcher to come up. I would note also our agenda item number 20 has been continued. We will not have it today. So strike agenda item 20 from our schedule.
All right. Good morning, Chairman, members of the Commission, Director, Counselor. My name is Fletcher Jacobs. I'm the Assistant Director for Outdoor Recreation and Lands. I'm here today to present on an action item. We have a request for approval of our 2025 Non-Motorized Trails and Land and Water Conservation Fund grant cycle funding recommendations.
Just a second here.
So the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Division's Trails Program is a statewide program that administers grants for trail-related and outdoor recreation projects on an annual basis. Local, county, state, and tribal governments, federal agencies, special recreation districts, and nonprofit organizations with management responsibilities over public lands may apply for and are eligible to receive non-motorized trails grants. Local, county, state, and tribal governments may apply for and are eligible to receive Land and Water Conservation Fund stateside grants. CPW's Trails Program was created with the adoption of Colorado's Recreational Trails Act of 1971, codified in sections 3311, 101 through 112 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. The grant program provides funding for trail construction, maintenance, planning support projects, as well as outdoor recreation acquisition and development projects. This grant program is a multi-agency partnership that includes Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Great Outdoors Colorado, the Colorado Lottery, Federal Highways Administration's Recreational Trails Program, as well as the National Park Service Stateside Land and Water Conservation Fund. There we go, sorry. For the 2025 cycle, we had 5 different application categories. The first 4 you see there are part of our non-motorized trails program. So the first one, there's our trail maintenance grants. The second one's our construction, which of course is building new construction. The third is our planning support grants, which are either planning for survey work, looking for future trail work, or support grants, which support education and training of existing trail projects. Our fourth projects are trail stewardship grant, which is the second year of a pilot that the commission approved several years ago to essentially model something we have that has been working very well on our motorized side, which we provide funding for specific crews to go out and do maintenance work. This is the second year of our pilot, so we'll be coming back with future data as we continue to do this. But on the motorized side, this has been one of our more successful programs due to the fact that it creates a pot of funding that agencies and entities can count on having every year as they think about how difficult it is sometimes to hire trail crews. So we'll talk in more detail about the stewardship grant soon. And then finally, last but certainly not least, is our stateside Land and Water Conservation Fund. You can see the amounts there. Obviously, the LWCF amount is much higher due to the fact that this is a 50-50 match program, that when you get a grant that is stateside LWCF, you also take on a perpetual outdoor recreation requirement. So similar to a conservation easement, you're essentially putting a recreation easement on this property. That means in perpetuity, you will always have that open to the public for recreation. So because of that, it's a few more requirements. We do allow folks to ask for more money. So obviously, I know yesterday there was some conversation on this, and I think we'll talk about this in more detail. But as the agency who has this amazing mission when it comes to, of course, our wildlife resources, our state parks, and then of course having enjoyable and sustainable outdoor recreation, we take our charge very seriously to make sure we're evaluating and addressing the wildlife concerns. I know I've showed this slide when I give these presentations, because I really like that visual of looking at all the different folks that through this process take a look at these grants. And it really starts with our non-motorized and LWCF. We launched that August 1st, and we asked that by the Tuesday after Labor Day, we essentially asked for a letter of intent. So anyone who's interested in applying for those grants needs to send us as the program, which we forward on to our area wildlife manager, along with our regional trails coordinators, what their intent with kind of their rough map of what they're asking to apply for. That gives our staff the opportunity to actually sit down before they even apply, and we've adjusted our applications over the years to put more weight into those questions so they're able to say how that sort of consultation went. Sometimes it's very simple. There's just not much to talk about because the project's pretty early, if it's a planning project especially, but we've also found it very helpful and definitely something we're proud of. When we do receive the applications, you can kind of follow along that arrow at the bottom. We first send that out to our district and area wildlife managers. They work up through the regions, the deputy and regional managers. The regional managers will send us a wildlife impact statement for each of the regions that discusses what the impacts are. You can see that in Appendix E of the information, or excuse me, of the action item in the mailing materials. We then post those to our website. We of course share them with the applicants, and then probably as important as any step in this process, that becomes part of our scoring criteria with our grant review subcommittee. So we have those conversations. We go to our committee, and of course here in front of you today asking for final recommendations. So these are projects that have been vetted. You can see on page 3, I believe, of the mailing materials, we did have several projects that had wildlife comments. Each of those were addressed, and you can see the information there. Previously, the commission had asked that to make that a little bit more front and center, so you didn't have to go through all the various appendices that we provide. So that information's there. Happy to answer any questions on that when we get to it.
Thank you, Fletcher. And I will point out this is an action item before we get into it. So commissioners with questions, comments, anybody? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought, Fletcher, I'm sorry that you had asked me.
I'll take that as speed it up.
My apology.
So here, this map here just kind of shows where we got applications from this year. You can see a total of over 60 plus applications this year. Previously, the commission has really asked us to put more focus on the Eastern Plains. Obviously, there's just less public land out there, but I give our staff a lot of credit for continuing to try to get out. We did receive more applications this year, and we'll continue to make sure we're keeping that as a point of emphasis. So we talked about those categories previously. You can see how it broke down at the top there. 62 total applications for just over $17.6 million in request. And then here at the bottom, the source of funding, this is where our money comes from and what we have available. $1.5 million from the Great Outdoors Colorado. That's an increase thanks to GOCO for helping support our stewardship pilot that I mentioned earlier. And then our recreational trails program, that is federal money. So it's money that does come from federal highways. And you can see, even though it's an excise tax on OHV fuel use, so even though it comes from our motorized partners, by law, we have to use a certain percentage of it to help support non-motorized trails. So you can see that's a huge piece of this funding. So we thank the motorized community for contributing to that. And then we have our stateside land and water conservation fund dollars. So this year we had just over $4.2 million available. And I'll go ahead and address a question that I assume would probably be coming. This is federal money, so there's been a lot of uncertainty, as you heard from Assistant Director Rutter yesterday. It's something that as we communicate with these grantees, we're very clear. This is, dependent upon federal money coming through. Having conversations up through, we feel comfortable that we're going to continue down the pathway. We've not heard anything differently about these funds changing and not being available. So we're moving forward, assuming they are, but have made that very clear with our applicants that this is a federal source and things may change. So always my favorite, a whole bunch of graphs to throw at you. Just on the left there, talking about the number of applications, I'd probably draw your attention to the total piece there. And really why I like this is that very first one is 2020, and that was the first kind of our last sort of pre-COVID year. So in that year, we had 26 total applications. We approved them in March of 2020, so right before sort of everything changed. And you can see the dramatic increase in applications. And for folks that were not back on the commission during that time, we brought forward 26 applications, and all of them were funded. So this year, you can see it's just radically different how that has changed. We've seen that increase in interest in outdoor recreation and certainly the need to manage that. And that's really what we think our program does. So alongside of that, you can see the total requested funding, how that has also seen that increase. And 3 of the last 4 years, we've received over $17 million in request. So now kind of getting to the action to keep Chairman May happy. This is our construction slide. This shows the applications we received of those 11. One of them did withdraw during the process, but we're recommending 3 of those projects for $575,000 to move forward. In the stewardship category, so again, this was kind of our pilot category, and we've done something different with this, similar to what we did last year, but a little different than our typical process. So we asked these folks to fill out a maintenance application as well as what we called kind of our stewardship application. And we put those 2 scores together. Once we go through this, the scoring, you can see we had roughly $500,000 available. So we recommended funding the top 5 projects. Those projects that fell below were all very quality projects. We removed the stewardship score and actually put them into the maintenance category. We thought it was fair since it's kind of a pilot category. We wanted to give them the best shot to get funded. And so you can see if you, for those who have in front of you there, we're actually recommending 5 of those stewardship projects get funded through the maintenance category because their score was high enough. So you can see the projects we're recommending for funding in the maintenance category. And then planning support, this year we had a really quality group of projects there. So we're recommending 8 of those projects be moved forward for funding. And then finally, the Land and Water Conservation Fund, a lot of interest again in this category. We are recommending 4 of those projects to be moved forward. One of the questions we receive a lot, kind of going along to some of the conversation, yesterday, as we think about making sure we're being thoughtful about where we put these trails, not having them everywhere. One of the big things that the commission asked us to focus on back in 2020 was just the maintenance of existing trails. And so we went back and changed our application process. Previously, we had done all of our trail applications based on the amount of request. So it was literally just a large dollar category and a small dollar category. Looking back at the previous 5 years that we had done that, we funded about 19% of maintenance projects. Since we've made the change to have construction, maintenance, planning support separated out, well over half of our funding has went to maintenance. So we're really still doing construction, but we're making sure it's in the right spot, going through our proper process. We're still going to build new trails. We just want to be very thoughtful, but really put the focus on maintaining what we have, because I think that's a really wise investment, and definitely something we're hearing from the public, from our state recreational committee. They've been very proud of these changes and really happy for kind of where we are. Which brings us just to some good pictures about kind of some highlights with our stewardship crew. Really excited. This has been a phenomenal, even though we've only had 1 year, just the amount of interest we've had, and especially given the funding challenges and hiring challenges right now we see with our federal partners, we think this category is going to become even more important. So the photos you see there are from our partners up in Grand County, the Headwaters Trails Alliance, and essentially this crew acts as the non-motorized trail crew for both our Forest Service and BLM partners, as well as all the local municipalities up there. And so they were our highest scoring project last year as well as this year. And just knowing, again, the challenges that are there, we just see these crews taking on even more of an importance as we move forward. So here's what the map looks like for what we're recommending for funding, if approved today, where those projects are. And then here's the different recommended funding allocations for the grant, each grant category. The total will be 30 total grants for just over $6.6 million in funding. And with that, Chairman May, it is an action item, so I'd open up to any questions.
All right. I was trying to jump the gun. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May, and thank you, Fletcher. I think just two questions. The first one is, I guess, how we might plan. I appreciate the focus on maintenance of trails. I'm wondering, given the sort of federal issues we're experiencing, whether that category might become even more important because the federal government not having the funding to maintain the trails that go through their property. So some thoughts on whether we might want to at least continue to emphasize maintenance or maybe even increase it because of, and why don't we do that one, and then I had one more question.
So yes, and I probably in my haste skipped over this slightly. With those allocations, the way we've typically set up the split between construction, maintenance, planning, support has been based on the total ask. So if we just went off our kind of normal formula, we would have funded over 50% of our projects this year to construction. But because of all the uncertainty, so we made these decisions a couple weeks ago. The recommendation that was part of the conversation was with the federal uncertainty. This is not a year for these construction projects have been vetted and they're worthy. This was a year we thought it was important to continue to invest more into maintenance. So that was a very thoughtful choice, and it's one I can definitely see continuing.
Okay, thank you. The other question is probably my own lack of understanding, but I looked at the eastern plains on your one slide there. The ones that were on the east was, I think it was a pool in Eads and a ball field in McClave. How are those in the trails program? This was I just don't understand, it didn't seem like those were actually trails.
No, it's a great question, something we talk about a lot. With the changes in Land and Water Conservation Fund the last couple of years, quite frankly, it's become a little bit harder to fund our trails projects. So one thing we did was open it up to projects that had previously received Land and Water Conservation funds. So while we cannot do maintenance with LWCF dollars, you can do redevelopment. So that was something we reached out to the over 1,000 grantees we've given since 1965 within the program to say, if you have a redevelopment project of an existing site, please come forward. As you can see, those are projects that didn't score as well just because it is a little bit different. So one of the things we've been doing is having a lot of conversations with our partners from GOCO about how we help support projects like that moving forward, because we need to address that of how we communicate with communities that if we're not going to be funding, a pool redevelopment, then we should probably help them find a better spot for those funds. So we did kind of open it up to make sure we were being responsive when it comes to redevelopment, but it puts us in a little bit of a weird spot with some of these projects, and you saw that via the scores.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Very, very well done, very well thought out. I guess my question might be a little off kilter, and you can tell me if it is, but and how do these projects relate to any waterway mitigation or flood district mitigation that we may do during trails near like streams and rivers and whatnot? And do we work with, like, for example, the urban drainage, an urban flood district and those to kind of marry these projects sometimes?
So no, good question. It's something that those types of applicants can, or excuse me, those types of entities can come in, and sometimes we have seen them come in and have an interest in applying for a project to marry those things up. I would say it's not something because of the extreme interest, honestly, we're at the point where we announce, hey, here's the applications. We've not necessarily went out and sought those types of projects just because we've seen so much need with the basics. How do we have boots on the ground on our federal and even our local communities, especially that have seen such a huge increase? So it's definitely something that's eligible. I would say we've not seen as much interest from those entities. Part of it, of course, is just regulatory, that there's additional hoops. I hate to say that. I work for the government. I'm here to help. But there are additional pieces that do come with those types of projects that sometimes make them, the timing might not quite be appropriate for what they're looking to do.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Well done.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. Thank you, Fletcher. Great presentation as always, and very thoughtful of how you go through all these. I do appreciate the maintenance part of it. Again, I'm always a big supporter of, we have a lot out there that needs taken care of, and it doesn't always get done. So I appreciate that. And the wildlife concerns of how you have all gone through that and stated that. I did want to mention, I thought it was interesting, the cars and the Pagosa project, and I think that's a great thing to try and improve on.
Yeah. Yes, we were very happy to share that comment with them, and to their credit, they heard that and said, yes, we will take that into consideration and we will make those changes.
So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Mr. Bailey.
Thanks, Chair. Echoing the thanks for the presentation and all the great work happening. I had just a big picture question. There was one that that wasn't funded for recommendation, but I just sort of flagged that part of the reason, or at least it was raised by the regional managers, that they hadn't done some wildlife, like seasonal closures. I think this was Idaho Springs specific, and it wasn't recommended for funding, so obviously not concerned about it here. But I am curious if there's any sort of outreach or engagement with applicants prior to the evaluation to sort of talk about any of those things that might have not happened, even though there's been outreach. So yeah, thoughts on that. And I'll move that we accept the recommended grant approvals as presented.
For sure. Well, first off, thank you for the question, Commissioner. Yes, so I actually think that's a great one to flag. So this was a project that several years ago we did fund the first phase, and as if you read those comments, you probably picked up, we had recommended a very specific seasonal closure. There were concerns that was not met, and I give our, the Northeast staff gets full credit for seeing that. We had a quick conversation about how we remedied the situation, and very quickly there was a meeting. Within, I think, the next 2 weeks, those seasonal closures were put up. As you pointed out, they were not recommended for funding, and that was a big part of the conversation was, well, we've supported the first phase. We want to make sure that we know that they're following through with those. So we do have that ability to come back, and it's something we take pretty seriously. And I want to give Idaho Springs full credit on the mic. They did the right thing, but our staff quickly caught that and were able to course correct.
Commissioner Otero.
Well, thank you, Chair May. Just have kind of a process question for you, Fletcher, and thank you for your presentation, all your work on this. The subgrant program of Land, Water, and Conservation Fund, the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership, is that window, submission window, the same as the LWCF grant windows? And then also, it might be for a different agenda item when you're going to talk about that program, but just kind of curious, and the good work that's been going on there. To increase access for those folks that are either in a urban setting or now with the recent changes to it through the Explore Act have 40,000 in adjacent community.
Sure. No, great question, Commissioner. I appreciate it. So The program Commissioner Otero is referring to is the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership Program, or ORLOP, as I'll say it to keep us moving along. The ORLOP program was started back in 2015, and Colorado received funding that very first year. The whole purpose of the program is to try to find underserved communities in terms of parks and recreation areas. It is used as a portion of LWCF money, but the program is actually managed by the National Park Service itself. So there've been, I could talk for a very long time, and I'd be happy to bring that back if that's something the commission would be interested in. But we've worked very closely, both myself and one of our staff members, Crystal Reed, and actually have joined some national working groups to improve that program. And we're very excited. Last year, Colorado was awarded 2 projects, one in Denver and one in Arvada, for a total over $15.5 million from this ORLOP funding. So this was federal money coming in to Colorado. So a really great program. The reason we have not announced, so they just launched the round 1 opportunity in December. We are still going through kind of the process. They are getting ready to update that notice for funding opportunity, which we wanted to wait to see how that amendment shakes out, just given the federal uncertainty before we officially launched our program. But Commissioner Otero, we're definitely planning. We have the website ready to go. We just wanted to make sure that we understood what the new NOFO meant before we set that out. So we're being very clear with our local partners, but we're getting phone calls every week about that, and we'll make sure that that information gets shared with you.
Thank you so much. I've heard good things about support at the federal level for ORLOP, so we'll see what happens there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Otero. Commissioner Reading.
Thanks, Chair May, and thanks for that presentation. I just wanted to second Commissioner Bailey's motion.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I think we can provide this with just a voice vote. So the motion has been properly presented and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Okay, Fletcher, thank you very much. We now, I presume, will jump to agenda item 21. Again, 20's been continued. It will come back to us later. Welcome, Steve.
Good morning, Chair May. That's fine. Good morning. For the record, my name is Steve Cooley, State Hearing Examiner for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Chair May, Commissioners, Director Davis, and Councilor Matter. In regards to agenda item number 21, Cameron Bradford, case 2024-109. He did retain counsel late last week. His attorney, Julia Stanseld, contacted me and asked if it would be possible to possibly continue this to the May Commission meeting since she'd been brought on board kind of late. I did grant that request, give her time to kind of get up to speed on this. So that's where agenda item number 21 is at. I'm appearing today also on Jonathan Yapujian's case, license suspension number case number 2024-60. Mr. Yapujian appeared with counsel Patrick Welsh for his license suspension hearing on September 25th of 2024. He was subsequently issued a 2-year suspension. Mr. Yapujian requests that the Commission reverse the initial suspension decision or alternatively reduce the 2-year initial decision. Today, I'll first give the factual basis for the violations in Mr. Yapujian's case. Then Mr. Yapujian will provide his appeal arguments. Following that, I'll provide a brief response to his appeal request, and then there'll be an opportunity for questions or comments from the Commission. On September 4th of 2022, Colorado Wildlife Officer Ross McGee contacted several hunters in a camp near Meeker. The hunters were Jonathan Yapujian, one of his sons, 16-year-old John Yapujian, another hunter who was not staying in or associated with the camp, M. Kerrigan. John Yapujian reported that there was one other hunter in camp, a Tyson Oldroyd. Mr. Yapujian did not report that there were any other hunters in camp, including his son, Lane Yapujian, Cody Fatzinger, or Peyton Taywater. None of these individuals apparently were in camp at that time. When asked to inspect hunting licenses, Jonathan Yapugian produced a muzzleloader elk license valid for a different unit later in the month. Although Mr. Yapugian had an antlerless archery elk license valid for the unit where he was at that time, he did not produce this for the officer or mention that he had it on him or with him. Officers would later learn that Mr. Yapugian had shot a cow elk on September 2nd, but that the cow elk was not recovered until September 3rd. Mr. Yapugian did not report any of this to the officer or show the officer his license as requested on September 4th. Mr. Yapugian also reportedly told Officer McGee that no wildlife had been killed by any of the hunters and that the officer did not see any evidence of wildlife in the camp. Wildlife officers would also later learn that 2 elk had been killed by Mr. Oldroyd, a bear had been killed by Mr. Fatzinger, but Mr. Yapugian did not report any of this to Officer McGee at that time. Wildlife officers learned that Cody Fatzinger and Peyton Taywater had illegally killed a bear while in the hunting camp and seized cell phones. Information from these cell phones showed evidence that Tyson Oldroyd had killed an antlerless elk and an antlered elk. Mr. Oldroyd had shot the bull elk while hunting with Lane Yapugian, but did not possess a bull elk license, and he had tagged the bull elk with Lane Yapugian's license. Mr. Yapugian learned about this violation at the kill site and assisted in packing out the elk. When interviewed later about the violations, Mr. Yapugian reportedly told the officers that they would fill what licenses the camp had regardless of who was licensed to shoot the animals, and he does not agree with the rules regarding party hunting. Mr. Yapugian stated he was not going to turn his son in for transferring the license and that he hoped he would not get caught. Mr. Yapugian was initially issued a penalty assessment for 4 separate violations. He later pled guilty in Rio Blanco County Court to counts 2 and 3. Count 2 was for the unlawful transfer of a big game license via complicity, and count 3 was for the unlawfully failing to show and allow for inspection a big game license. He paid $168.50 in fines and court costs, and the guilty plea did assess 30 points against his hunting and fishing privileges. That's the case as I understood it, and with that, I'll turn this over to Mr. Yapugian.
Hello, Commissioner. Thanks for your time. Do I need to hold it?
No.
Okay. Thanks for your time, everyone. This incident was a real stain on me and my family, on everything we're about. I'm a Colorado native, just about to be 50 years old, hunted my whole entire life, raised 4 boys, 3 wrestled in college, 1 still wrestling in college, Ivy League school, Stanford, good kids. And sometimes good kids make bad decisions. This event was a really bad situation. A 43-year-old man who had hunted before from California was a family friend that we did not know, a friend of it was an uncle of a person we knew. I've never hunted with him before. And he and Lane had a good relationship. And they went on one side of the mountain while me and my other son went on another side of the mountain. Lane was bullied into letting this guy shoot a bull elk. He won't say that because he feels obligated that he let this guy do it, which he did. And like I said at the beginning, good people make bad decisions. We didn't know, me and my other son, until after the fact, and it wasn't at the kill site, it was down at the bottom of the mountain. We walked back up to the kill site, and my response to Lane at the time was, I hope you don't get in trouble. So on the complicity side of everything that I got charged with, number 1, I didn't even know about it. And number 2, after the fact, I understand why I got complicity charges. I do. I didn't know it at the time what I was actually doing, trying to help my son out, but at the moment, as a father, if I could go back right now, I would tell him, you need to turn that guy in for what he did. And you should have done it right at that moment. But at that moment, my son's getting ready to go to college. I decided as a father to handle it internally. And I know if you guys have kids, not every time your kids do something wrong do you call the authorities. It's the truth. That's where the whole situation kind of went south. Lane in Rio Blanco County, Lane did not get suspended for this. He only got one ticket. Everything else got pleaded down. We had a district attorney at the time that was working with both of us and just happened to give Lane a deal. And what I kept telling her for both of us was, I want a 5-year suspension for him. So the best way to do a 5-year suspension was to give him 19 points is what I wanted. I didn't want 15 points, I wanted 19. So that way for 5 years, any wildlife violation that he has would get him suspended. So she agreed, and she dropped it down to 15 points, which is the same thing, because there's not one wildlife violation that you can get that is less than 5 points. If he would have messed around in the next 5 years, he would have gotten suspended. So we were also discussing that for me too. I think I should have a 5-year probation period as well. But she quit her job before we were able to do anything with that, and the new DA did not want to hear it, and he mentioned that the Division of Wildlife was not going to agree to that deal. Basically, he said that somebody had to pay, and it was going to be me, and that's fine. I'm here today because I am paying, and I'm here today saying I'm not asking for my suspension to go away. What I'm asking for is just a reduction in suspension. The person that talked my son into doing this shot an elk, a bull elk, with his license. He also shot a cow elk the next day, which he had a license for. And then when he got approached by the Division of Wildlife later on in California, he claimed no responsibility whatsoever. He was just a brand new hunter that never knew anything about this, which was just not true. When the Division of Wildlife came to our house, we were 100% honest. We didn't say a single word about what we didn't do. Lane admitted it right from the start. So that man got, for 45 points of wildlife violations, got a 3-year suspension, which Mr. Cooley thinks that was a valid suspension. I'm getting a 2-year suspension for didn't kill a single animal, and all I'm being guilty for is packing down an elk, which I'm not going to waste meat. Just won't do it. So Mr. Cooley also brought up a little bit that I told the Division of Wildlife officers that we didn't shoot anything. That's just not how that scenario went down. He came into camp, a couple other hunters told him that they didn't shoot anything, which was true, and he never came back around and asked me that question again. And yes, I didn't answer it. I didn't come back around and wasn't forefront that we had shot something, but I had a cow tag and I shot a cow. There was no reason for me to lie to him about it, none. And we started talking about a 201 hunt, which is a real high point area that you get in Colorado that I had drawn for that same year. We started talking about that area. This wildlife officer had a bear in that area. He'd shot it the year before. He was a really nice guy. And I never lied to the guy. I never did once. And he took a photo of my 201 tag. The reason that he took a photo of it is my son Lane was sleeping in the camper, not Tyson, which is another mistake. And I asked him, do you want me to go get my license? And he said no. I said, I have my 201 tag in my truck. He said, get the 201 tag. He took a photo of it. He said, that's good enough. I can find out the rest later. So the whole thing was a horrible situation. And I do think, and I did think with my previous counsel that I should get suspended, and I did get suspended. And I'm not asking for a suspension elimination. I'm just asking for a suspension reduction. My kids, I have one 18-year-old left. He's about to start college. I want to be able to go hunt with him and continue to mentor my boys. And that's what I'm asking you guys. Thanks for your time.
I think in this, I'm just going to kind of cut to the end of it here and just say that Mr. Yapujian's violations are just a few that were committed in this hunting camp. Separating out these violation episodes and assigning responsibility becomes even a little more complicated in this case when you take into account the plea agreement that was made where Mr. Yapujian did offer to accept responsibility for the violations committed by his son primarily, knowing that his wildlife violations might be suspended. And he was concerned that his son not face charges that might impact his future or the present college wrestling scholarship. This arrangement was accepted by the DA's office and a plea deal was reached. Mr. Yapujian pled guilty to his charges, knowing that he'd be noticed at a suspension hearing and possibly lose his privileges for up to 5 years, but that his son would not face any consequences in the form of a suspension. I would ask that the commission uphold the initial suspension decision of 2 years in this case.
Thank you. Mr. Cooley? Any commissioners have any comments or questions? Commissioner Touchton? I'm sorry. Actually, Commissioner Robinson.
No, Dustin, go first.
Let's see. There you go.
I'm on. All right. Thank you both. Well, I have a couple questions, Mr. Yapujian. Am I okay? Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I certainly understand the relationship between father and kids and your desire to protect your kids, even when they make mistakes. But my one question is, the first question is, the statements that you reportedly made to the wildlife officer about how you disagreed with our rules that each individual has to fill their own license and had adopted a theory that everyone in camp would cooperate, or we used to call it party hunting, so that all the licenses that everyone held got filled, but not necessarily by the actual holder of the license. So I'd like you, that sounds more like an intentional arrangement, and so I'd like you to speak to that, and then I can ask you my second question.
Sure. So when Officer McKee came to the house and started asking questions, we just were talking and came clean of what we did. And the example that wasn't in the transcript, and I don't know why it's not, was that I used, which is the truth, unfortunately. And Mr. Cooley and everyone, including a lot of other hunters, will agree with this. The 95-year-old grandpa that stays in camp every year always fills his tags, and it's not right. And that's what I used as the example. And what I told her was, that is the rule. I think the rule is, I don't like the rule, but that doesn't mean because I don't like a rule that we break the rule. You know, there's 4 or 5 other states that party hunting is allowed. My son went to Cornell and he was shooting deer for his friend's grandmother. It didn't matter who you bought, they stayed home. So I don't, just because a rule is there and I disagree with it, does not mean I break it. And my proof on that is 35 years I've never had an issue with the DOW, with law enforcement. I've raised 4 boys, 3 of them almost through college. They've never been contacted by law enforcement. They have no incidences whatsoever. I can't be that lucky. If I was someone that was a rule breaker, and our family was, we hunt all the time. There's just no possible way that we wouldn't have gotten caught. And it's just not true. Tyson, the primary in this, wanted to come elk hunt later in the year in November, so he didn't want to buy a bull tag. And I didn't even know he didn't have a bull tag until Lane actually told me he doesn't have a bull tag, Dad, on the side of the mountain. So.
Well, you gave rise to another question. Our materials say that you did have a over limit goose violation.
Yes. I said 35 years with no DOW because when I was young, I didn't have a dad that was involved in hunting. My first year of hunting was in Boulder, and it was over by Valmont Lake, and I had some friends that were waterfowl guys. I didn't know the rules, and what I mean by that is I didn't know the possession rules. So every single day of the season, or lots of it, I shot my limit of geese every day. I packaged them, I labeled them, I put them in the freezer. I was going to wait till the end of the year. I was going to do a big sausage something with them. And at the end of the season, the DOW came to my house. I was 17 years old and said, "Do you know what a possession limit is?" No. Where are the geese? I took them right to the geese. I had a lot of geese in the freezer. I didn't have over the season limit, but I had over my possession limit. And I got suspended for that. Now, in that regard, Mr. Cooley did not know this at my commission hearing. I brought this up. It wasn't on record. He said it's not even there. The records are too far back. And it just shows another level of me being honest. I wasn't going to lie to him about it. I could have. I didn't have to tell him about it. Since that time frame, I have had nothing with wildlife officers, nothing, in any state ever. I've never been, this is a scar right here. We left that scenario. I'm never hunting with that person, that family ever again. I know what they are. The other people in camp that did some really horrible things, that's on them. That's not my family. That's not my friends. It's not us.
Okay, well, my last question then is, I'm a recovering lawyer, so it looks like from the records that I have that you accepted a plea bargain. The two, frankly, more serious charges were dropped, but you did plead guilty to two that gave you 20 points. So in doing so, you acknowledge that responsibility.
Yes.
But that comes with a suspension.
Yes.
And so it sounds like you just are arguing that 2 years is too much. Is that where you're at?
Yeah, well, what I was told when I had counsel at the time was that based on the fact that you weren't the primary and that this was complicit, that the best thing to do would take a plea bargain. And he did not say at the time that it was a guaranteed suspension. He said it's up to the commission or up to the hearing examiner to decide. So I did take responsibility, absolutely. I had a lot going on. I was also going through a divorce at the time, and as much as I want to keep fighting and feel like I should keep fighting, I had to come to a time where I just couldn't afford it. So, I did what I thought was best. And yes, I still accept responsibility. I'm not sitting here saying I'm not responsible for it. I am. I'm the dad. He's a 17-year-old. It's my responsibility. I should have told him, turn the guy in. And I should have told that guy, turn yourself in or I'm going to turn you in. I really should have. So I know what I did. I do. I'm only asking for a less of a sentence. And to be honest, it's mainly because the person that did it he only got 1 year more than me. The guy, I don't know. Maybe it's not, I shouldn't be comparing the two, but I feel like I'm just asking for any less suspension. Any.
Well, thank you for your thought. I should let some of my fellow commissioners.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you for your testimony. Help me understand, you keep mentioning this other guy, but what keeps playing back in my head through the testimony is that you had an elk tag. You filled the elk tag, but yet you failed to disclose that you filled the elk tag and failed to show the wildlife officer the elk tag. As a hunter myself, one of the first things I do when I see a wildlife commissioner is making sure I pulled out that tag pretty quick. I think we all do, because that's kind of your worst fear, that you don't have your tag when you're not supposed to, so you check it 12 times. Help me understand why, if you had the legal tag and you had a legal take, why didn't you produce that when you were supposed to?
When Ross came into camp, he asked everyone, how's it going? A little bit of talking together, and everything was fine. There was a hunter from the camp over that started talking with him. My youngest son was sitting at a table or at the chair, started talking to him as well. So did I. Then he got to asking for licenses. The camp next door, he produced his right away. My son had his backpack right in front of him. He grabbed his. He had a bear tag. He didn't have an elk tag. And when he got to me, I said, well, mine's inside the camper. I said, I'll go get it. My son's in there. My other son, Lane, is in there sleeping. And he's like, no. He's like, we don't wake people up for tags. And I said, okay, I can give you my driver's license. Then I was like, you know what? I have my 201 tag in my truck. He's like, that's fine. Get that tag. He's like, you have a 201 tag, is what he first said. After we started talking about that, so I just went and gave him my 201 tag. He took a photo of the tag and said, this is good enough. I can look up the rest. So we never got back around to talking about the elk. My elk was not in camp. It was already down at the processor, and the carcass tag was down there as well. So I had my other tag. It was in my camper, and he told me I don't have to go in and get it. There was no reason for me not to show him the tag. I had a legal elk and a legal kill. There was no reason.
And there was no reason for you to mention that, Gil?
If I could go back where things started going cross-eyed, 100%. I did not come forward again once that question got passed on. Two other people answered their question, and he never came back and asked me again. He never did. He did not come back and say, did you kill something? And at the time, I did not sit there and say, going back to your previous question, I shot a cow. I didn't. I just wanted him to leave camp. I was already uneasy with what Tyson had done, and to be honest, I was scared for my other son. So I really was.
The last question I have for you is a hard one, because it's not as a hunter, but it's as a father. And I too am a father, and you mentioned that the biggest thing that you want to do is mentor your boys. And to me, when you're mentoring, sometimes you have to mentor hard, and that mentorship comes with consequences, right? And you chose to take on the consequences of your boys, which I think any of us would do in certain circumstances. If we were to not uphold the suspension and give you leniency, what does that teach your boys about the hunting sport and about the privilege of hunting? How does the body that's supposed to enact the law and keep things fair, as well as making sure that people follow the rules? The example you gave is the 95-year-old at the camp. I disagree 100%. I've never seen that happen. I would never do that. And frankly, everyone I hunt with would never do that, because that's just not what you do. And so how do we make sure that your boys become responsible stewards of hunting and examples for the rest of Colorado as they raise boys if we were to not uphold your suspension?
That's a good question. And my son Lane feels guilty about it. He's probably watching right now. He wants to be the one suspended. He said, you didn't do anything, and it should be on me. I should be doing this. What he's going to do in solidarity with me is whatever happens with me, he's following along. So even though he can hunt, he's like, Dad, I'm not going to hunt. I shouldn't have done this. You're taking the hit for me, and I feel like he's doing that because of what I've taught them over their life, that we're not these kind of people. And I got spooked. He got spooked. Good people made a mistake. I made a mistake, 100%. So I'm not saying that a suspension is not warranted. I really am not. I fully expected to get a letter from Mr. Cooley that said you're suspended and was going to be fine with it. I just feel like the length of the suspension is excessive for what I did. And I mean, Lane is actually in a worse situation than me, because if he was to get in trouble, he's got 5-year probation. This is a 2-year suspension, and then I'm back. I got all 20 points, and I'm back again. So I feel like as a father raising 4 boys between 18 and 25 that have hunted their entire life, I feel like I've shown them the right and wrong. And there's going to be hiccups in it. I agree. I'm not 100%. I can't be. And this was definitely a mistake.
Thank you, sir. My last comment, Chair, before I hand it back over, is that I think there's a lot here, and if we were talking about one single violation or one small thing, I could see where we would do it. But I do have a hard time with all the totality of circumstances here. And so I yield time.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. And you basically said the things I intended to say. I take exception with your statement, sir, at the beginning when you said any of us as parents would do the same thing that you did to cover for our children. I absolutely would not, speaking for myself. I expect my children to be fully accountable for their actions. And I think by your effort to cover that up, what Commissioner Robinson said is exactly the fact. Everybody should have personal accountability, and I take that exception. The other thing that I have great problem with is that Officer McGee, when he walked into your camp, it seems to me by your own admission, he received nothing but deception, intentional deception. There are errors in omission and commission, and the simple fact that nobody was honest with him when he asked questions, but assisted each other in making his problem even harder. Based on that, I can't go along with any of your requests. So, Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I agree with most of what's been said. The mentorship bothers me a lot. But there's one more thing in here that no one has mentioned, is that there was also an illegal bear killed, and you were there for part of that too. And it seems like there was deception from the very beginning, and that bothers me a lot. You had kids in camp that you're supposed to be the example for those kids. And it's not just Lane, it's all of those kids that were in camp. So I make a motion that we uphold the hearing examiner's.
Can I say one thing about the bear? I had no idea about the bear. Cody had a tag on his own and did his own stuff. I didn't know, all of that was after the fact. So I understand what you're saying, and I also want to clarify, I did not say that everyone here, I think everyone here would do the same thing. I said everyone who has kids have been put in situations to cover for your kids or to not involve law enforcement to teach them a lesson. Not everything that you teach. I mean, my kids have gotten into other troubles, and not every single time do I call law enforcement or turn them into law enforcement. That's all I was saying. I wasn't saying that what I did was right. I 100% take responsibility. I should not have covered for him, and I should have told him, hey, you need to go. This is your time. Tell them now.
On that, we agree, sir.
Chair
Mr.
May.
Haskett, I'm sorry, Senator Cooley.
Before this goes to a vote, I would like an opportunity to clarify something that Mr. Yapujian just touched on in regards to the points assessed and suspensions. He had said that Lane is under a 5-year probation period, which is one way to look at it. Lane's 15 points will remain against his hunting and fishing privileges for 5 years after the date he pled guilty. However, the same is true for Mr. Yapujian. This does not go away after 2 years. The 30 points assessed against his hunting and fishing privileges also remain in place for a period of 5 years. So following any suspension, whether it's modified or upheld, those 30 points will stay there, same as Lane's, for a period of 5 years. So I just want to make sure you understood that.
No, thank you for that. But I pleaded to 20 points, not 30, so I know it was.
The points remain for a period of 5 years after the date you pled guilty, regardless of the point assessment number.
And Mr. Yapujian, I think you said your son told you he would self-suspend? So
He is, yes.
Okay. Well, we'll have that be on the record. We have a motion on the floor. Commissioner Robinson.
Chair, I'd like to second that motion, and with one comment in that, given the totality of circumstances here, I do feel like this sentence is lenient, frankly. With everything that has been presented today, I am shocked that it's just 2 years, and I'm shocked that it's just $168. I will tell you, I personally have put people in jail for more than this, and for less than this. And so I move to uphold the motion, and I think it's a fair assessment.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. And I will say, I also was greatly offended by the statement that any 95-year-old person in a camp that doesn't leave the camp will get their tag filled. That is absolutely in contradiction to all of everything we stand for. So I want to make that on the record to anybody of the public that's listening. That is not something that this commission or this agency would allow or approve of. It's okay. We have a proper motion and second on the floor. I think I'll call for a voice vote on this, please. Molly?
This vote is randomized as well, just so you know, Haskett. Reading.
I vote to uphold the suspension.
Vardy.
Yes.
Bailey.
Yes.
Haskett.
Yes.
Otero.
Yes.
Touchton. Yes. Murphy.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Beaulieu.
Yes.
Jacober.
Yes.
Chair May.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks for your guys' time.
Part Pardon me while I catch up. We're to general public comment, Katie. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair May. For those who may not have been with us yesterday, because we have general public comment on both days, we are doing 2 minutes for public comment today, which is the same as what we did yesterday. I'll also be calling up 2 people at a time, so if I could go ahead and have Andrew Rothman come up here and Genevieve Jacoby here. Again, we'll just kind of bounce back and forth between commenters.
Let me know when you're ready to start. All right. All right. Good morning, commissioners. Director Davis, Commissioner May. My name is Andrew Rothman. I have degrees in wildlife management, biology, and have worked in wildlife conservation for over 20 years. I have helped improve management of both public and private lands in at least 10 different countries, including the U.S. Currently live in Denver and work for a nonprofit organization called Wild Earth Guardians, of which some of you may have heard. With Guardians, I'm part of a group of organizations interested in bighorn sheep conservation, which is the topic I would like to talk with you today about. Last CPW Commission meeting, I listened intently to the presentation on the state of the herds by Andy Holland, and in particular, I noted the population of Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep has maintained at about 7,000 for nearly 30 years. Mr. Holland noted that some populations are going up and some are falling, and I just wanted to draw additional attention to what's going on with bighorn sheep and their populations. And so looking through the data at the 85 bighorn sheep herds, there are about 36 that actually have less than 50 animals. And so this means that close to half of the herds have populations that have very low numbers such that they could be lost to significant disease outbreaks. I'd like to reinforce that the main issue with bighorn sheep populations is disease, and that much of the transmission of respiratory disease to bighorn sheep is due to interactions with domestic sheep. Mr. Holland noted that there are very few areas for additional herd expansion or translocations because there are not many areas left where there might not be conflict with domestic sheep. So I know there's been other species that have taken up a lot of time and energy on the commission, but as the state mammal, I'd like to see CPW invest more, in particular in education about disease transmission with bighorn sheep, and look to find other ways to invest in increasing bighorn population in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Genevieve Jacoby? So Genevieve here, and then Jen Clanahan, if you could also come up. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make a quick reminder to the commissioners, if you have any questions, comments for our commenters, please let me know.
Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am. Commissioner Touchton.
I wanted to, well, I should first acknowledge I used to work for Wild Earth Guardians. I was one of your lawyers once upon a time. But I did want to thank you for reminding us about bighorn. We do get kind of, I think it's a very important topic, and thank you for calling it to our attention.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. All yours, ladies.
Thank you. And Commissioner May, I also want to add to your egg hunt knowledge. My HOA won't allow me to have chickens anymore, but I found 18 eggs at King Soopers for $6.99. So my name is Genevieve Jacoby, and I want to discuss and bring in front of you the thoughts of the cessation of trapping of bobcats, trapping in general of our fur bearers. To try to make things a little fun, I wore one of my favorite coats. I've had it for a dozen years, obviously a fake leopard coat, but I get a lot of positive comments about it from millennials who say it's still fashionable and it's warm. One of the things that upsets me about this issue is that there really is no market in our country for bobcat pelts. They're being shipped overseas to Russia and China, two countries that are inimical to our democracy, that are a threat to us in terms of our security. militarily and economically. They've decimated their own big cat species, most of which are on the critically endangered list. They do have lynx, but particularly in China, and they protect them from hunting. You're always weighing the ends and the means, and what I've learned is more than I'd like to know about the horrors visited on animals that are trapped, like bobcat, being shot in the eye, strangled, drowned. You know, I'm told that this is because of tradition. There's a tradition in this state, in this country, of bobcat hunting. But there are a lot of traditions. There are traditions like the one I learned in Scandinavia, baking 7 kinds of cookies at Christmas. And then there are traditions in India, which was finally outlawed in 1987, of sati, women immolating themselves on their husbands' funeral pyres. So as individuals and as a society, we grow and evolve, and we look at what is really necessary, what is functional.
Thank you.
Thank you. Couldn't get it in 2 minutes.
Next, we'll have Jen Clanahan and then Dane Gates, please.
Good morning. My name is Jen Clanahan, and I am the new Executive Director for Colorado Nature League and Colorado Nature Action. We are a coalition of conservationists, a number of prominent scientists, sportsmen, and nonprofit wildlife protection organizations united by a common vision to protect, conserve, and restore Colorado's native wildlife and habitats. Our approach is collaborative, science-driven, and respectful of the delicate balance among wildlife, people, and the economy. Through our member organizations, we collectively reach and represent over 200,000 households throughout the state of Colorado. I've worked for a number of nonprofit organizations and elected officials over the last 30 years, and I know that we don't always agree on much, but by huge majorities, we Coloradans agree that we love our wildlife. We must protect Colorado's iconic wildlife and biodiversity, protecting them from threats like habitat loss, climate change, and wildfires. To that end, I wanted to comment briefly about the State Wildlife Action Plan, or SWAP. Much has changed in the last 10 years since the last plan was written. Our state has grown and development is happening quickly. Habitat is disappearing or fragmented. Climate change is happening even faster than many had predicted. We must therefore take swift but thoughtful action to protect the species identified by the plan. The SWAP should be science-based. It must include development of specific, actionable plans to recover these species. To the extent possible, CPW should develop recovery plans for each SWAP-listed species with concrete actions, progress milestones, and progress monitoring. Because so much can change in 10 years, it's important that the plan be revisited and adjusted if necessary throughout the life of the plan. Poll after poll demonstrates that the love that we Coloradans have for our wildlife, and it is strong. We hope the action plan will match. Thank you, and I look forward to working with you all.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Dan Gates, and if we go ahead, have Suzanne O'Neill come up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, Director Davis. Dan Gates, Executive Director for the Coloradans for Responsible Wildlife Management. I just wanted to try to address, and it's going to be hard in 2 minutes because there was like an hour and 40 minutes of testimony yesterday. There was some fallacies and falsehoods referenced about a lot of different things. First, I wanted to mention the fact about choke polls that keep getting referenced. If you look under 17.122, the legal methods of take, along with the Chapter 3 fur bearers and small game regulations, choke polls are not legal in the state of Colorado. They're not referenced specifically because it talks about legal methods. I would encourage you and anybody else that's challenging those to make sure that they have the correct facts and data. In Colorado, we use cage traps only for avocational trapping. Foothold traps, body gripping devices, and cable restraint devices were outlawed in 1996 under Amendment 14, the constitutional amendment. And while some of those tools that have been applied are utilized for depredation and human health and safety and livestock practices, they are not for avocational practices, and they are exhibited under a 30-day exemption permit, which is in the Colorado Constitution. As far as the fur auction is concerned, I'm intimately involved in that because I'm the president for the Colorado Trappers and Predator Hunters Association as well. CPW and Division of Wildlife previously has never had any sponsorship relationship with that organization in reference to the fur auction. CPW does engage in the Colorado Outdoorsman Days, but not in a monetary standpoint. They do so when they come and they present, they provide things that they do at any other function for any other organization, such as the Operation Game Thief trailer, the hunter education classes, which last year they did almost 120 individual students, and a variety of other things for educational and public outreach and engagement. I would love to be able to talk to you at length in reference to the numbers that come together when we are looking at the fur auction itself. 70% of all the fur that's taken into that auction is from out of state. 28% of all the fur that is compiled at that auction is from nuisance wildlife.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you.
Hey, Dan, I have a couple questions, and you heard me yesterday reference some of this, so I would like for you to address it because you and I have spoken about this before. But a lot of the things that go on that I complained about yesterday, such as traps being placed on private property where they don't have permission, no CIDs on those tags, on those traps, traps not getting checked every 24 hours. I presume your organization has outreach and education for your members that your membership knows. I referenced yesterday the 99% of people who do things correctly, the 1% that do not. And I presume your organization reaches out, and your intention is to provide that ethical effort of trapping and hunting that all of us rely on. I just wonder if you could have a statement or address that.
Thanks, Chair May. Yeah, the Colorado Trappers and Predator Hunters Association does extensive outreach, not only with members, but trappers as a whole, but fur harvesters, because we're the Colorado Trappers and Predator Hunters. That being said, what I heard you say yesterday was a reference of maybe traps that you had found, and I don't know whether they were all on private property or not, but if they were, then that was an illegal action for that individual to be able to do so to start with.
To your point, that's what it was. It was poaching.
Yeah, so there's bad apples in every bunch, but if somebody is going to do what they did in your reference, then I would suspect that they're not going to try to check them legally on a 24-hour deal because they don't really care about the laws, rules, and regulations or animal welfare, sir.
My effort for bringing that out is so that you could probably address the fact that your organization works against that.
Yes, sir.
And that was my part.
In
Commissioner
totality, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. Thank you, Dan. Yesterday, it really bothered me when people were talking about choke sticks. And this is, the fourth time I've heard a lot about trapping and whatnot. And I don't think I had even heard that in the past. So you'd mentioned it. I was going to ask you that specifically, but it was outlawed in '96?
Thank you very much for the question, Commissioner Haskett. The trapping itself, under the constitutional amendment, the ballot-driven initiative that was 52 to 48% in 1996, outlawed the avocational use of body gripping devices, cable restraint devices, and foothold traps.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson. And I apologize to everybody in advance. It seems like we're giving extra time here, but we do have the opportunity with the head of the Colorado Hunters and Trappers to ask these questions. I think it provides a lot of clarity. That's why we're affording this. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Chair May. Thank you so much, Dan. And by the way, congratulations on your award last night, or yesterday, I think, well-deserved, and that was really nice to see. I think one of the questions I have is if you can explain to the public a little bit, based on a lot of the comments that happened yesterday. The public, although many don't hunt, they're more familiar with hunting and what goes into hunting. Most people, I would say, are not familiar with trapping and why do people trap, and then what happens to not just the fur, but what also happens with the meat. And can you kind of go through why people trap today, what that looks like, what do you do with the meat, and all that kind of good stuff?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Robertson. Yeah, so the trapping of fur bearers is a time-honored tradition, but it's something that has happened since the beginning of time. And so when you look at modern-day regulated trapping applications that is conducted essentially in all states in some capacity, whether it's nuisance related, whether it's livestock protection and depredation, human health and safety, or avocationally. Each state has a variety of different rules and regulations depending on the type of animals that they have that are classified as fur bearers. In Colorado, fur bearers are under Chapter 3 with the small game and the fur bearer regulations. And while there's components of that might be disputed, the majority of fur bearers are not consumed for human consumption, while there is some, and not everybody engages in that. But when you get into fur-bearing species is something that even under the North American model, and if anybody wants to look at the specifics, Dr. John Organ, former chief of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Sport Restoration, and the senior science advisor for the cooperative research of the U.S. Geological Survey, the documents that were put forth that Mr. Organ worked on in conjunction with the North American model exhibits exactly what the model is attempting to try to do. And it's talk about a regulated harvest, and it talks about a legitimate use. And legitimate use is for a fur-bearing animal. And so while all the fur-bearing animals are not consumed, there are provisions and allowances in that model for interpretation, but provisions and allowances in that model for individuals to be able to consume or not consume, and for a variety of different circumstances. If you get into weasels or skunks or otters, if somebody wants to eat them, there's nothing that prohibits that, but the majority of people are not going to choose that. But a lot of that stuff has been utilized from a fur-bearing standpoint over time, but a lot of it now is actually treated as nuisance wildlife.
Dan, and I appreciate it. At the risk of us going too long on this, I know we could talk all day. I'm going to stop Commissioner Robinson, Commissioner Bulliett.
Thank you, Chair May. And I just want to clarify, because we've talked a lot about what isn't allowed. We heard a lot of public comment having concerns about what happens.
There, grab the one beside you, if nothing else, Commissioner. I will say this as we're having this break. This was unintended, but I think it's crucial that we do this because of a lot of the things that have been brought out to us the last 2 days. With the approval of the commission, I think we will afford the same opportunity to the people that would like to speak on the other side of it, whether that be today or at our next meeting. I think that's the only equitable way to do it, because Dan, I think you'll admit you didn't expect to come up here and have all these minutes to present. So
no, but I didn't want to bore the commission yesterday with one individual trying to backdrop on about 30 other individuals either. So appreciate the time.
So we will make that in some way, and I'll ask for the commission's guidance on this, but I think in the interest of fairness, we will provide the opposing side the same opportunity. Commissioner Bulliett, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair May. And so I want for the public comment that we heard really to understand what trappers like yourself do engage in when it comes to take. Because I think a lot of people were like speculating, you know, this is what you do, they're strangled, they're drowned. I mean, what do trappers such as yourself do once the animal is caught?
Well, as far as me personally, Commissioner Bulliett, and I appreciate the question, everybody that I know adheres to the legal methods of take. And the legal methods of take include the legal methods of dispatch. And while there's bad apples in every bunch, as I explained earlier, what somebody does on their own, just like the individual previous to me with Mr. Cooley, not everybody adheres to everything that's written, but we do our best to try to make sure that that practice is adhered to.
And what specifically, just for the people who may not understand that background, like what are those methods?
Well, as I mentioned, legal methods of take, as far as the state is concerned, the 17(1), 22, and under Chapter 3 is any legal method of take. That could be a bow, it could be a rifle, it could be a shotgun, it could be a pistol, it could be an air rifle over 25 caliber, any legal method of take.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to move on now. So Dan, thank you. And I want to stress the fact that this was simply commissioners having questions of a commenter. So I don't want any look of impropriety, but we will, based on this and the amount of time we spent, we will afford a special presentation to the side that wants to counter this. I think everybody can agree that's fair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair May. Next, we'll have Suzanne O'Neill, followed by Azalea Weedle.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director, Suzanne O'Neill, Colorado Wildlife Federation, and we're a member of the Colorado Wildlife Conservation Partnership. Concerning strategic planning, similar to Goal 1 in the 2000 plan, our top priority is healthy wildlife populations and landscape level conservation of high priority habitat, and now special attention to the new habitat conservation and connectivity plan. other priorities, hunting, fishing, wildlife viewing opportunities, and equitable inclusive access. Framework for addressing conflicts between outdoor recreational trails and wildlife, and impacts of recreation on wildlife, and incentivizing planning that applies planning trails with wildlife in mind and respects the new habitat conservation and connectivity plan. Strengthening CPW's toolbox as they work really hard to discourage those renewables projects that are large scale and are harming high priority habitats, migration corridors, for example. Restore and maintain a robust wildlife cash account. You know, we know of capital project commitments, we know legislative fiscal notes that arise every session, uncertainty with Pittman, Robinson, Dingle, Johnson, et cetera. And then also framework for establishing partnerships, good public-private partnerships to implement the state wildlife action plan, irrespective of whether we're all successful in gaining eventual passage and lift from the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Zaley Weedle, followed by Michael Graves.
Mr. Chair, Directors, and Commissioners, hello, my name is Zaley Weedle. I'm 12 years old, and I wanted to share a little bit about what hunting means to me and why I do it. I got my hunter's safety when I was 7 and have been turkey hunting each spring since then. I still have not harvested a turkey, but I think I will be able to get one soon. One spring, I had a Jake come pretty close, but he got nervous because my dad called too much. Now that I'm 12, I'm old enough to hunt big game in Colorado, and I was lucky enough to draw a buck antelope tag and a cow elk tag thanks to youth opportunities. On both of these hunts, I was blessed with the reward of harvesting my 2 first big game animals. The hunt to me was not just about harvesting an animal, but rather about learning, about spending time with my family in the outdoors, providing healthy meat for the family, and the challenges that I sometimes had to face while I was hunting. On my antelope hunt, we spent an entire day or two walking, scouting, but just couldn't get anything. The next day was one of the most majestical days I have ever experienced personally. We tried so hard, stalking, crawling, and finally I made my shot, shaking with fear, but I did it, and I was so proud of myself. My elk hunt was different, and we got lucky on the first morning. As my dad has reminded me many times, this is not the case. Some people who disagree with hunting think that all we care about is if we were able to get the animal, but again, hunting is not about that. It is about the food provided, the amazing wildlife and animals that you were able to see, and the time spent with important people in your life. To me, my cow elk is a true trophy. The trophy was the forever memories made, filling our family freezer with meat, and getting to spend special moments with my dad, my uncle, and my grandpa that I will never forget. It was special to hunt with my dad, and I realized how difficult hunting really is. My dad tells me I should not get used to success and that I'm due for a long dry spell. I completely agree. I would say that I would honestly be just as happy if I walked away with nothing on both of those hunts. I hope I have the opportunity to pass down this tradition to anyone else who might want to hunt. Thank you so much for allowing such great opportunities for youth and for everything else you do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Haskett, you're not done yet.
Thank you, Chairman May. Thank you, Zaley. That was really good, and you made us laugh a few times, which is even better. But congratulations on your elk and your antelope, and keep after those turkeys.
Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson.
You're still actually not done. I just want to say thank you for coming. Congratulations on your elk, but even more so, congratulations on facing this body. I know it's nerve-wracking, but you did a fabulous job, and I know it takes a lot of courage to come up and tell people about your experience, but what you just said is why I do this. That is literally what we're trying to spread to the rest of the state. Getting those experiences, having that time with your dad, but moreover, responsible sports personship is so important. So with that said, I'm going to come across and I want to give you one of my commissioner coins.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Touchton.
Azalea, you can't run away just yet. I also wanted to thank you. You might get a lot of thanks. I don't know if you were here earlier. I think you were, but we had some troubling discussion about appropriate mentoring of youth, and it's really refreshing to see you and your father give a counter example. So thank you.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, now you can go sit down. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Michael Graves, followed by Liz Rose.
Good morning, everyone. Chair May, commissioners. I just want to bring up 3 items real quick. The first one's pretty important. I don't know if you have sent your field investigators who are doing wolf kills in the field in regards to livestock to anything in regards to human investigations. I would highly suggest you get with the state of Alaska, and they had a young teacher killed by a pack of wolves up there, and look into that. Most law enforcement agencies are good at working at decomp bodies in the field. This agency doesn't do a lot of work on that, but I would highly suggest that. The other thing is Director Gibbs brought this up yesterday in regards to SB 25003. I would really like to see this agency staying out of that fight, okay? The state of Colorado has a very bad record when it comes to civil rights, okay? Everybody, the last time the Klan was brought up in this state in a political event was when Walker Stapleton versus Jared Polis for governor, and they beat Walker Stapleton about the head and shoulders about that. I was born in Selma, Alabama, pre-civil rights. I was not raised there. I was a military brat. My mom went home to see her mother. My birth certificate says colored. I have worn a uniform for my country. I've worn a uniform for my community. I've got 32 years of law enforcement experience. My last job was senior investigator with the Denver District Attorney's Office. So yes, I am a hick. I grew up on the Western Slope, but I do know the law, okay? So I do not want to see this agency, because Colorado doesn't even have qualified immunity in this fight that's coming if this bill is passed, because of the history of this state, because it is a civil rights issue, okay? The next thing is, I'm out of time. We'll let it go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Wait, Commissioner Robinson.
Yes.
Michael, I just want to say thank you first and foremost for your service, and thank you for your knowledge of the law. And even I've had calls with Michael, and I know other commissioners have as well. And any information that you want to send to us, please do, so that we can follow up.
It works vice versa. You have my phone number. If anybody has any questions of me, please reach out to me. I think you're listening to the right people. Dan, in regards to trapping, I grew up trapping in the 70s. It's very disciplined, and it's a totally different type of person that does it. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Next up, we'll have Liz Rose, followed by Jeffrey Hirsch.
Good afternoon, Chair May, Director, and members of the Commission. I'm Liz Rose. I'm the Colorado Program Manager for the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, and our mission is to guarantee all Americans quality places to hunt and fish. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on future topics. The TRCP asks that you consider inviting both internal and external experts to present on their work and research related to recreation impacts to wildlife, renewable energy developments impacts to wildlife, CPW funding, and restoration and habitat improvement work completed by CPW. On recreation, there continues to be a lot of research on this topic, both in state and elsewhere, and I would love to hear an update on CPW's research related to recreation impacts. I believe Eric Bergman and Nathaniel Rail have been conducting in-state studies, and when that research is completed, I think that would be of great benefit to all of us to hear what they've learned. On renewable energy development, I would love for the Commission to invite researchers who focus on energy development and wildlife to present, so that all of us kind of get on the same page. And then I would ask that you invite the Energy Office, DNR, and CPW staff involved in the CEO's report development to provide an update in May on their draft report, which is expected to be completed in late April, at which time they will take feedback from stakeholders. And then on CPW funding, there is, of course, a lot of interest in increasing the transparency around funding streams and expenditures so that we can be discussing ways to ensure long-term fiscal stability. And then lastly, on restoration and habitat improvement work, I would love to hear when, where, and how habitat improvement work is getting done, and where there may be needs for where there may be needs from outside partners. I know CPW completes work in partnership with the Forest Service, BLM, governments. We'd love to hear those happy stories. Thank you.
Liz, we have some Commissioner Haskett. Okay, and I apologize for that. Sometimes the two presenter mics blank out my screen, so I don't see who we have. But I thought I saw Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. Thank you, Liz, for coming, and thank you for always advocating for wildlife and especially the energy part of it. I know you've been a big part of that, and keep up the fight.
Thank you. Thank you for continuing those discussions.
Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you so much. Very good to hear your presentation. And I just wanted to know if you could share a copy of your memo or notes for the record so that we can have it and consider it for future discussion.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Next up, we'll have Jeffrey Hirsch, followed by Sam Karkoff.
Thank you. I just have a few disparate comments. I'm speaking extemporaneously, but I was asked to come and just reiterate some things that I know were brought up a lot yesterday and some today about bobcat trapping. Yesterday, after the general comments, the 3 officers sat here and were questioned about the legality of strangulation and all that kind of thing that was brought up yesterday. And afterwards, no commissioners stood up and said, well, the implication was after they said, yes, it's illegal and this is illegal and this is illegal, the implication was that, well, we got that covered. And no one stood up and said, yeah, unfortunately, illegal as it is, it's unenforceable because all these traps are in remote areas that can't be checked. I doubt if too many trappers are going to call you and say, I just let an animal stay in a trap for 48 hours because I didn't feel like going out in a snowstorm, and I just strangled it when I did get it. I don't think you've had anybody call you to say that, and I don't know how many prosecutions you've had for people who trap, who might be doing that. I spoke with a lady yesterday who spoke here yesterday who has sent videos of strangulation and a number of threads from different social platforms with trappers talking about doing exactly that. I think she'll be meeting 3 of you soon. But the fact is that a lot of this you are against. Baiting is involved in this, commerce, commercial business, which I think you are against on the backs of wildlife. Looks like I'm running out of time. The fact that we don't need furs anymore to keep warm, it's purely an affectation for the rich. So it just seems like it's an unsupportable activity on almost every front. And I'm done, I guess.
No, sir, I did want to comment on something you said. I don't disagree with you. I think that you identified a problem that we have, and that is, even though we have regulations, the enforcement of them may be very difficult. But I did ask the question yesterday, once in a while, this is made evident on social media, and I believe CPW follows up on those leads. So for me, I'm very interested to make sure that we follow up on anybody, and I call it poaching. Poaching is the illegal take of wildlife, and that covers a broad range of things. We did have some questions for Dr. Capaldo yesterday after she commented, and trying to be as fair and equitable as we can. I want you and who you're speaking for to know that we don't look the other way. I mean, it's our intention to enforce our regulations when and where we can. I think Deanna Myers yesterday spoke about the fact that she had pictures sent to her of some of these abuses, And I would encourage anybody to continue, even there might have been frustrations in the past. If you have evidence of that, please seek out the appropriate authorities and let's deal with it. I mean, the reason we have regulations on the book is to stop this. And outside of that, we can't be in the field. CPW is short-staffed and is doing the best they can. I think our latest agenda item, when you heard how difficult it is for an officer even at the scene to identify some of these violations. So I encourage all of us, and as I said this yesterday at the end of the meeting, both the pro-wolf side, the livestock operators, producers, the general public, let's come together. Let's quit fighting each other on these things. Let's come together and find that common ground so we can stop. Nobody sitting here wants to hear a story about a bobcat being strangled in a trap or drowned or any worse. None of us want that. We all want to prevent that. And I think we can agree on it. I'm sorry to go so long, but this is kind of what we did with Mr. Gates when he came up, but I think it's appropriate. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. And sir, thank you for your comments. And I too agree. Yesterday, I made a comment that I had not had a lot of knowledge or heard about bobcats getting strangled, and that is 100% true. And I was also appalled that that could happen, right? It's not okay. And so I did have a deep conversation with our chief law enforcement officer yesterday about that. And I was wondering, Chair, if it'd be appropriate if we can have Ty come up and talk a little bit about what you told me the officers do with these investigations, because it was not said yesterday. I think it's really important and it hits to what you talked about.
Thank you, Ty.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Robinson, and I'm glad I'm not the only one that giggled. Ty Petersburg, I'm the Assistant Director of Field Services, Chief of Law Enforcement. Just to address a few things in general knowledge for the Commission, we have about 400 officers statewide. About 250 of those are wildlife officers. And actually, just this morning, I had to do a little math for one of my contemporaries. We have about 180 district wildlife managers, or what people would generally call game wardens, spread across the state. So that's 180 people in the field that are working these, and they have local connections everywhere. They talk to ranchers. I know Chair May has some very good relationships with his DWMs down there. And we're constantly on the phone taking tips, whether it's from the public or from landowners, just people out hiking, walking, the sheriff's office or whatever else. So to the point of getting the tips, we receive those all the time. And there's always a matter of testing the validity of those tips, right? The credibility of those tips. Anytime you're in law enforcement, you have to weigh evidentiary value. Is there an ulterior motive? Is this even within Colorado? For example, we get videos sent to us from numerous states all over the place, sent to Colorado. And last I checked, we're not doing a lot of investigations in Utah unless it's a Colorado thing that goes there. So I guess I just want to emphasize the point that we have resources that are stretched. I have an investigative unit that works on that, a lot of the more complex things, and in there is specifically a cyber investigator that works on a lot of that stuff so that we can track where did that video come from. We can actually get into the background and look at the IP addresses and all of the things that I don't really understand, but that's why we pay him. The other part, specifically on bobcats, that I failed to address yesterday, and a member of the audience reminded me, thankfully. With bobcats, you're required to check those in at our office. And so when that happens, we have staff that are able to look at the hides, the pelts, the carcasses, and help determine how that animal was killed. And so when those animals are sealed and inspected, we have the opportunity to see, was there some damage around the neck that would indicate a strangulation? Was that animal shot in the paw and let to run, which we've seen at times with bears or lions, and we go investigate those. And so I didn't have time to pull the numbers of our trapping violations. Our folks running our records are not quite available right now, but I can bring those back. We file charges on those trapping violations annually. And this is an apples and oranges comparison, but I would invite the public to think about their drive into the office this morning and how many people you saw zinging by you or swerving by or driving erratically or texting while they're driving. And man, did you wish there was a state trooper on their tail every time. It's similar here, right? We are doing the best we can. We're stretched thin, but we do investigate those things. And we, again, a shameless plug for Colorado Operation Game Thief. We can take those tips in anonymously, and then we sort those out, whether it goes to our field staff or to our investigators or whatever else. So speaking as a bygone, super cool wildlife officer, I'm more in the office now. I investigated those things. The last thing we wanted to see was an animal suffer or a person doing things illegally that gave a bad name to the other hunters and anglers and trappers out there. We were impassioned by going to catch the people that are doing it wrong. So we do put that a lot of emphasis on there with the resources we do. And one last opportunity to say something, Chair. Michael referenced the investigations with wildlife attacks. We actually do quite a bit of training with our officers on wildlife attack response as well. So for those instances where we have bears or lions or whatever else where there are attacks, we do have trained staff on that. And we're continuing to improve that. So I hope I helped answer some of those questions about bobcats and some of those investigations, but we do our darndest.
Thank you. And I'd ask both of you to stay at the table. Yeah, we may not be done. And sir, would you repeat your name? I'm sorry, Mrs. Jeffrey. I very much appreciate you being willing to do this, coming up here. You didn't expect to do this, but you're providing us the opportunity to bring some of these issues out. We feel we have time today to do that. Commissioners are inquisitive about it, so thank you, first of all, for being up here. But Commissioner Bailey.
Yeah, I just want to agree with that. Thanks so much for all the public comment we've heard and for all of those who are elevating this issue. I would just flag, right, as we're thinking about as an agency, what the sort of focus group or working group effort around fur bearers and trapping might look like. The point about the sort of the scale of the issue is important, right? Can we get data? Do we understand what's happening? What might be underreported, right? That seems like an important component for discussion in addition to this question of enforceability, right? If it's happening on a large scale, which it sounds like it's probably not, right? But there's maybe things going on social media that suggest otherwise. Right, sort of understanding the extent to which we are able to, as an agency, enforce it and what some of the limitations and challenges are in addition to, questions around data, et cetera, that were raised as well. Just again, sort of making the list of things that we might want to explore as we bring people together to talk about this issue.
Thank you. Could I just make one very brief comment?
Please, the floor is yours.
I would be speaking for someone who's going to be speaking to, I know several of you anyway, but the veterinarian who spoke yesterday, she had the names of two people who, one of whom actually, he's erased it now, but he put on a video of him strangling a bobcat, and then and then she had two names of people who actually were directly involved in that and who admitted it in their social platforms, and she gave that information to CPW in her county, which I guess is San Miguel County, where Telluride is. Nothing was done. Apparently some of the guys who work at CPW there are also hunters and are buddies with hunters and trappers, and I don't know if that had anything to do with it, and I don't know if that's an anomaly or representative of what might be happening elsewhere. What would be helpful is that rather than these little 2-minute presentations, if we could bring together a group of people at some time from differing points of view. I'm told that actually we have more in common than one might think, and perhaps we could come to some conclusions and actions that would be good for both sides, and I think that would be really helpful.
Jeffrey, thank you. And Ty, could you address the fact that maybe these violations were reported to CPW and not acted on?
That's what I was told,
I mean,
but you can get more direct information when you speak to that lady.
Yeah, I think we can follow up on that, can we?
This was some years ago.
Well, that's probably a problem, but from this point forward, I think what's going on, we definitely can be assured that CPW will follow up on leads. They may not go anywhere, but we at least can follow them.
Okay.
Ty, go ahead.
But what the threads from these, from other people who chimed into these things on social platforms, that the strangulation of bobcats was more widespread than one might think, and it's not. It's a whole lot of bad apples.
Okay, Ty.
Thank you, Chair. I have some limited knowledge of what I believe the gentleman's talking about. Again, years ago, and pretty common in law enforcement, you will get tips from the public or videos or anything like that, and you begin to dig into them. Sometimes they go nowhere, and sometimes there's a little bit of evidence there, but not enough to go forward in a legal prosecution. And sometimes if it's sent in through OGT or something like that, it's an anonymous tip, so we actually have nobody to go back and report to. So not knowing the specifics of this particular tip and how it went about, there's no way that I would believe our folks didn't follow up on it, or that there was some sort of collusion with our local officers. Knowing those officers there locally, particularly one just retired, Mark Caddy, he was a tremendous officer for 30-some years. The integrity of those folks is above board and beyond anything you could hope for. So we do investigate those. I just want to emphasize that.
I would like to provide my own situation with this. I've had many over the years. I have great relationship. Before I was on the commission, I had long-standing relationship with CPW officers because I absolutely oppose poaching. I oppose abuse of animals, abuse of wildlife. But one particular instance that is around this is about a year ago. I mean, in checking cattle all day, I watch for things. And I quite often see, it's not uncommon for me to go out in the morning and see that there's been somebody running the country, and I'll find something that had been poached. But this particular case, drove into an area where we never drive. There were tracks where we never drive, so of course it got my attention. It was actually in an area where we have released the black-footed ferrets, so we protect it stringently. Long story short, I contacted CPW. I found a blood spot where an animal had been shot. My fear, of course, is that it impacts the endangered species, but any animal, it didn't matter. So 3 different CPW officers investigated this, worked on it. It looked like it wasn't going to go anywhere, but they worked on it for 3 months, and it finally came down to tire tracks. They actually investigated tire shops within about a 100-mile radius of where we are and found where they got the information they needed. This led to 3 individuals receiving suspensions because of poaching of a bobcat. So this took massive amount of effort on CPW's part, but they went to the end and they did it. So I would like to think that what you said, Jeffrey, might be an anomaly, I hope, but I want to give the public reassurance that we intend to enforce the regulations we have. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I just have a few comments. One thing is social media, I think, is a nightmare for almost everything anymore. Everybody believes what they see on there, and it could be, I think the lies are more than the truth anymore a lot of times. But you're talking about something that's a few years old, for one thing, and we don't even know what state it's from. Social media, to me, it comes from all over the place. There's more people that comment on Colorado posts now than I think live in Colorado sometimes. But I just think social media as a whole is a big problem. But I think our officers are top notch. I also think that 99.99% of the trappers do the right thing. It's no different than what Ty was saying about somebody driving down the road, DUIs, all that. There's always going to be someone who doesn't do the right thing. But I think the majority of those people do the right thing. And I don't think, it's been illegal in Colorado for years. I've never heard of anyone doing it, and I've done this my whole life. So I think it's a very small percentage, and we're honing in on something that's not a huge issue. Thank you.
Commissioner Touch.
Thank you, Chair May. Well, I really was just going to offer the director a chance, probably unwillingly. But this topic comes up every commission meeting now almost, and it continues to be a source of real public controversy. And I really think we need that concrete plan to take a dive through our regulations and address all these things. And so if you could reiterate that plan, I think like all the interest and the potential for people to start talking to each other, we need to take advantage of that. And if you could talk about how we might facilitate that going forward. Jeff doesn't.
As a wildlife person, I am not a fan of pervious or impervious surfaces, so the concrete plan is not something that resonates with me. We talked about this yesterday. I referenced a fur bearer work group. We have the citizen petition as well. We're trying to sort through that. I think the big thing is, and this is being a lifelong public servant, it can be difficult, and I see things in spectrums. When I say that, you can have no wildlife should ever be harmed in the making of the movie called Humans, to wildlife exists for me to do whatever I want to, and those are very, I would argue, in my experience, kind of the ends of the spectrum, and then there's a lot of folks in the middle. I think our intent is to find constructive people across that spectrum that we can engage with and figure it out. I think Jeff said that, right? Like, we have more in common than we have differences. And so that is our intention. I don't know if Brian wants to speak maybe more specifically to the time frames that we're thinking about. As you might imagine, I'm biased when I say this, but I feel like CPW staff have been tasked with a lot of work. We've gotten some new FTEs with that, but we got a lot of people. I think I said it yesterday, we're grinding our people into dust. That's not to say that we don't have to resolve these issues and chart pathways forward, but we are really livestock data management work group, fur bearer work group, beaver management plan, wolf restoration, like new state parks, continuing to invest in the parks that we have. So I don't mean that to be received as whining, but more like we are constantly being tasked with new assignments to do, and maybe I'm spilling the beans on the next agenda item, future topics discussion. But we are trying to get there. Like we recognize like that the agency is tasked to manage, and you all too, with us as our policymakers, to manage these resources and opportunities within the public's trust, right? And that we're constantly having that in the forefront of our mind, and everyone has their different perspective across that whole spectrum that we're trying to listen to understand and use our technical expertise to create durable solutions moving forward within the bounds of our mission. So too many words thrown at you, but Brian, I don't know if you want to provide more specifics to our thinking around the fur bearer work group.
Good morning. For the record, Brian Dreyer, Assistant Director for the Terrestrial Wildlife Branch. Director's comments certainly articulate we have a lot of big things that we're working on. I think Matt brought it forward yesterday that it would be our goal to kind of bring these groups together so that we would have recommended changes or not with the next reg cycle with Chapter 3, which is where these are found. I think it presents an opportunity for understanding on both sides of the issue and just kind of education and understanding, which I think is important. There's also nuisance, there's human health and safety, there's other elements that's affected by where these species are impacted that aren't necessarily all under our regulatory control as well. And that's we're looking to partner. We've already got the commitment to partner with CDA as well on this, effort. But it's important to note that when we look at workload for us, we're going to have to turn to an external facilitator because we have so many public processes going on right now that we just don't have the internal. And arguably, an external facilitator, third party, is probably wise in this conversation that we're about to start. So anyway, we're committed to this. I think we can also look at kind of some of those dispatch regs as part of it as well and do an evaluation to say, is that still what we need them to be? So anyway, we have plenty of controversial things that we as an organization are working on, and this is just kind of another one added to the list.
Brian, thank you. We're going to try to speed up. Commissioner Murphy. We're only an hour behind schedule, 2 hours into the meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. Due to my day job, some people may not know I'm a licensed wildlife rehabilitator and I run a wildlife rescue organization and I do wildlife control. And over the years, I've had after 1996, it definitely slowed down, but we still get a lot of people in the urban areas that are using body gripping traps. And I have seen many situations over the years where it just kind of gets swept under the rug. And I could assume that could be because of staff shortages and problems. But by the same token, we had one last year, a raccoon caught in coon cuff, which those that aren't familiar, it's a metal tube. It's all, also called dog-proof traps because dogs won't get caught in them. It's a tube and it's made so a raccoon will stick his hand down in there, then a metal bar clamps on the hand and they can't get their hand out. And so that's illegal in Colorado, and somebody was using one of those in one of the cities up north. The raccoon did get out, lost a few fingers, but did get out of the trap on her own, and she's still running around up there, last I heard. But the CPW officers, for probably 2 weeks, were knocking on doors, going around the neighborhood, trying to find out who had set that trap, and I commended them for that. And I met one of the officers. She was here at one of the commission meetings we had last year, and we talked about it, and she did an unbelievable job on trying to find out who set that trap. They never did find it. The trap was really rusty. It had probably been sitting in a garage for 10 years, and so, but they did a real good job on trying to find out who did it. So I just wanted to say I've seen some swept under the rug, but maybe things are starting to turn around and change a little bit because they went through a lot of work trying to find out who set that trap, so I appreciated that.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. We're going to go to Commissioner Haskett, and then I would ask that we move on from this. Okay, Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I forgot to ask a question. So are there states where chokeholds are legal?
I don't know that I can answer that perfectly. I would say that across the country, the trends are to remove a lot of those things, but I don't have that data here in front of me. Do you know that at all? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to add one thing. I find this very disappointing that I've heard this since I started on the commission almost 8 years ago. Trapping continually comes up, and I feel like it went to the vote now and they don't like what the vote said either, and it's coming back again. And I don't know how you solve the problem, but we definitely have to do something. And to keep hearing it every meeting, it's hard for all of us. And the staff here, there is a lot of issues we're dealing with, and we need to start elevating which ones are the most important and which ones aren't, because I don't feel like you guys can keep going with all this stuff constantly. Just my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Jeffrey, thank you for your willingness to be a conduit for this robust discussion. I think it had to be had. I mean, this continually comes to us. It's something that we have to be aware of, and we'll do our best to work on it. Thank you. Katie?
Yes, if we could go ahead and have Sam Karkoff come up again, and then we'll be switching to virtual public comment, starting with Elise Elswood.
Thank you, Chairman May, Director Davis, Director Gibbs is not here, and all the rest of the commissioners. So I know we're trying to move on, but that's what I came up here to talk about. My name is Sam Karka from Aurora, Colorado. Husband, father, sportsman, outdoor recreator. I just represent myself as a hunter in this state. I'm going to go off the cuff here a little bit based on the comments I've heard. I don't trap, but I do hunt for bears. And I do that because I like not seeing stuff out in the field. That's a joke. Anyway, but I will tell you, no one feels worse than a hunter or a trapper or any outdoorsman, sportsman that has wounded an animal. There's no one that feels worse than that, as long as it's legal, ethical, legitimate. No one feels worse than that. What I just heard over the last 20 minutes was I'm not hearing a policy or rule change necessarily. What I'm hearing is education on both sides to come together, to your point up there. And our common enemy are the bad actors. That's our common enemy. So we can come together as groups and find those people, hold them accountable, et cetera. I have seen it myself, like you have. I've run ranches. I've been the game warden of my ranch or whatever, and I've seen that happen as well. So, and you engage with the authorities, and that's what you do. So I want to make a couple other comments. I got 30 seconds. Not all of us sell our furs. We keep them. We hang them in our basement, much to my wife's chagrin. We take them to our kids' schools. We educate. We make things out of them, pillows, furs. This is not just bobcats and coyotes. It's elk, deer. We make gloves. We make pillows. We make throws. We make all kinds of things. And then I've never wanted to sell them. And then finally, I appreciate the fairness and the due process, but like you said, I think we've heard enough of this on both sides.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Your points are well taken.
Well, we go into virtual public comment, starting with Elise Ellswood, followed by Delia Malone. Elise?
Got it. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
CPW Commissioners, my name is Elise Ellswood. I am the founder of Grasslands Colorado, which is a nonprofit aimed at working with landowners to save prairie wildlife and habitat. Before I begin, I am asking for one additional minute to address Dan Gates' extra time. May I have that additional minute, please?
I would say please go forward, and hopefully a commissioner will have a comment or question for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Today I speak before you to address a critical issue within CPW regulations, the term unlimited in hunting and trapping of our bobcats and other wildlife. Why? Because words matter. And when CPW uses a word that lacks any scientific value, the people notice. I see that Ms. Haskett is walking away. She was on her phone last time I talked. She seems to keep doing this to me. So that's something that I think she needs to be aware that I'm noticing. Even pro-trapper Dan Gates just mentioned regulated harvest. The word unlimited contradicts this. Unlimited is an archaic term from long ago when states believed in extinguishing native species and having monoculture practices. It implies that our wildlife populations are inexhaustible and have no value. Wildlife biologists use research and data to establish sustainable hunting limits, and the term unlimited within a local area, hypothetically, someone could wipe out an entire community of bobcats, and currently CPW would not know until after the fact. This is not a science-based way to account for our native species. The term unlimited conveys to the public that these animals are not important. The mindset does breed apathy, so when people hear unlimited, they may believe that there are no consequences to their actions, leading to overhunting and disregard for any regulations that do exist because they think, why should I care? We can kill an unlimited amount of them. Nobody will notice. It can also erode trust in management wildlife authorities. Public groups such as myself trying to save wildlife mistrust CPW because we see terms like unlimited. CPW is not following best science practices.
Thank you,
and
that's
our own
true.
to keep pointing it out. Consider Red Lobster's unlimited shrimp promotion. They used it, encouraging customers, and what happened was they almost went out of business. Needless to say, they lost the unlimited term. I think we can all agree that we're not.
Thank you, ma'am. We do have a question for you. Commissioner Touchin.
Oh, thanks, Chairman. I just wanted to say, like, we all have bladders. I know I've left during public comment before, but it does not mean in any sense disrespect. It's just we've hit our human limitations. So if I walked out on someone's comment, please don't. It wasn't intentional. It was just, and I do. I think I've spoken before. Unlimited is a somewhat problematic term for me as well, because it calls to mind some devaluation. So anyway, I just wanted to thank you, but say also we didn't mean any disrespect.
May I,
Thank
please?
you. Ma'am, we do need to go on. We're an hour behind.
It's
And
very important because you gave Dan Gates a platform. I have one paragraph about that.
go quickly. Please go quickly.
Dan Gates has a conflict of interest in regards to trapping that the public needs to understand. His group is pro-trapping and makes a living off the killing of animals for fur and is species-killing pest company. I disagree with him being considered a scientific expert here at CCW.
Katie, let's stop. I mean, ma'am, we've given you a lot of time. I hope we've been fair and equitable. And like I said, we're an hour behind now. We've went over on two different, we tried to give equal discussion to both sides. So, and I will say we have pretty much a hard stop at 11:30, so let's try to get through our virtual comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Delia Malone, followed by Brandon Siegfried.
Good morning, Commissioners and Chair May. I'm Delia Malone, and I'm also Vice Chair of Roaring Fork Audubon. And in that role, I'm speaking about the proposed opening of game management units 2, 4, 5, and 10 to greater sage grouse hunting. Roaring Fork Audubon supports maintaining the status quo and maintaining those units closed to greater sage grouse hunting. Although this year the number of male grouse in these game units are above the arbitrarily determined 100 male minimum, ranging from 126 to 237 males, depending on the management unit, by far, they no longer darken the skies as they historically did. Population graphs show male abundance constantly oscillating over time above and below this minimum. Regardless of political machinations, greater sage grouse continue to be threatened with endangerment. Population biology instructs that individual populations, such as those that occupy these game units, contribute to the sustainability of the larger and connected Western metapopulation. Instead of a management plan that opens these units to hunting, the population limps above an arbitrary minimum, please consider a stewardship plan that seeks to restore a robust population of greater sage grouse. CPW states in their directive, given relatively low perceived hunting pressure, CPW believes that hunting mortality is not a major factor, but they do not have recent wing barrel receipt data that can substantiate this. So please consider stewardship of these populations that continue to be threatened by human development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Brandon Siegfried, followed by Kenneth Ramsey.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead, Brandon.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'm Brandon Siegfried with the Colorado Resident Hunter Association. I'm actually going to focus part of my comment on item 12 from yesterday's meeting. I couldn't attend yesterday. I appreciate the fact that the commissioners are delaying, as far as setting these preference points fees. The current projections are if we add them the way it was presented in January, that it'll add as much as $9 million to CPW coffers. My issue with this situation is when we look at the $4.2 million that we keep referring to from removing our soft caps. As you know, I call them fake caps because no other state has them. We're still using that $4.2 million number, but we have to remember we've only adjusted the tag allocation caps to our second choice, which means the residents will still be missing out on the third or fourth. My guess is if we get accurate numbers, and we need them, you'll find that of the 6,510 resident tags that are being sold to non-residents because of our fake caps, you'll see that we've gained about half of those back as residents because we still have the fake cap in place for our third and fourth draw choices. So I think that number will probably be adjusted to a loss of revenue of about $2 million for CPW. And we need to see that number as residents. Other points there, I think we should be talking about the 46,000 new non-residents and the $6 million per year that they bring into our limited draw process. My second note is regarding OTC. We spent 2 years working on protecting OTC archery for residents. Thank you for saving that. CPW came out a couple of weeks ago in the Southwest Sportsman Caucus and said they're not reducing non-resident numbers in those units next year. Why did we spend 2 years of discussion and now we're not reducing the non-resident hunting tag allocations that affected the overcrowding? Thank you.
Next, we'll have Kenneth Ramsey, followed by Jennifer Best.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you for listening to my concerns regarding predator management today. Life as we know it exists because every species does something that no other species can do. Choosing one species over another is a failure. When settlers came to Colorado, there were no limits on fish and game. Now we know there should have been limits. Newcomers quickly began destroying everything nobody knew what to do with. Human hunters can never do what our predators do. Human hunters cannot smell disease. Human hunters only can take away. Killing predators for profit, fun, or trade is wrong because we are on a spaceship watching the life support systems be destroyed. Mother Nature worked this out millions of years ago. Predators are out in the field all day, every day, all year long, protecting good grasses, increasing water supplies, fighting back diseases, removing weak wildlife, raising their families, and keeping all life in balance. Ecosystems are complicated. Hunting is just a small part of good ecosystem management. Ecosystems with predators and prey in proper balance produce the most and the best good quality grass, water, air, food, and healthy wildlife. Wanting to have great elk or deer or any other game species without predators is just wishful thinking. Hunting is just not enough to keep our ecosystems healthy. This hunting bias is common among predator hunters. The cure for this hunting bias is to seek out all other points of view and consider all the information uncovered. Insisting that hunting is all there is to wildlife management is a failure to consider all the available information. And killing female predators is the most damaging hunting of all. The long-term benefits of predators far outweigh the unintended damage that sometimes happen. Please protect our predators. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Liz Holland.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Liz Holland, and I am speaking today as a Colorado resident and on behalf of Friends of Animals and our members in Colorado. As we've observed, there's overwhelming concern regarding Colorado Parks and Wildlife's continued allowance of live trapping methods and unlimited bag limits that enable horrific and illegal methods related to trapping of bobcats. I appreciate the Commission for addressing this further today and expressing sincere concerns for illegal activity. However, an emphasis on reporting does little to prevent such violations from occurring in the first place. Of equal concern was the audible remark from a uniformed individual yesterday who was overheard saying, "How much more of this do we have to hear?" We keep hearing that remark today, and the more pressing question is, how much longer will CPW permit unlimited trapping of 16 native species, including bobcats, mink, and the rare pine marten? These are ecologically significant predators, and they are being exploited exclusively for their fur. With that said, it is troubling that CPW allows unlimited hunting of these species, especially in the absence of rigorous statewide population studies. Currently available data appears to rely primarily on hunter surveys, sporadic sightings, and vehicle collision reports, none of which constitute a scientifically robust assessment of these populations. Given that these species and bobcats serve as natural prey for wolves and play integral roles in maintaining ecosystem balance, the lack of comprehensive population studies is a glaring oversight. The vast majority of Colorado residents support wildlife management policies grounded in scientific integrity, ethics, and non-lethal solutions. Colorado currently ranks 29th in the nation for paid hunting licenses, reflecting a notable decline in participation. To uphold responsible conservation and maintain public trust, I urge you to end unlimited trapping and conduct more comprehensive studies on native and rare species. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our general public comment.
Okay. I think the best thing for us to do, we haven't taken a break this morning. Before we start into our future top, I guess we have to stop at 11:30 for the people who are helping us with lunch. So I'll defer to the commission's opinion. Shall we get into future topics discussion, get that done, and then we'll break for lunch? Okay. Let's go into future topics, which is agenda item 23, and I'll open the floor. Commissioner Reading. Punch in again.
Thanks, Chair May. I'm not sure what happened there. Yeah, so one thing I wanted to talk about was, we've already talked about the swap, but I'd love to talk about in the future topics issue is species of significant conservation concern, I think that's what we call it, and how we manage them. So I think, personally, I think we need, especially for tier 1 species, we need to really be careful about how if we harvest them at all. I know, like with the Endangered Species Act, that's not, any kind of take is prohibited, and I think we should follow suit in some way, shape, or form. I'd love to have some dialogue on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Reading. Commissioner Beaulieu.
Thank you, Chair May. I'm glad to see a couple that I hadn't remembered, like bear conflicts, because there was an email that CPW sent out about more human-bear conflicts in 2024, and so I'm glad that's on the agenda because I am interested in that, and we've had public comment talking about bears. I guess we've already been discussing updates on these working groups we've been discussing, and then I had mentioned yesterday I'm curious about native bird conservation efforts when it comes to avian influenza, if we can just kind of, you know, I don't want to, again, add any more to CPW's plate, but if it just is easy to kind of like have that data at some point, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? I second Commissioner Beaulieu's thought on the bear situation. We talked about that yesterday, and I was surprised to hear that there's a landfill in Pitkin County that may not be sequestered and allows predators such as bears to come in, which at that point they become a nuisance. So I would like to talk about that in the future, and I made my points yesterday. My county landfill in Prowers County, which has no predator pressure, has a chain link fence with barbed wire on the top of it. So I'll say it one more time. It seems like we have a double structured level of society when we are not requiring, but it's common sense. We don't want livestock producers to be able to provide attractants for predators, and we're doing everything we can around that. We're putting that restriction on livestock producers. But at the same time, we have, for lack of a better term, resort communities that we'd heard this in Colorado Springs this past fall, that some parts of a housing development do not choose to put out bear prevented trash containers, and bears are lured in. And the same thing goes through with a landfill that's maybe in a high predator area. So that is something that I don't know how that comes to the commission director, but it's definitely something that I would like to talk about. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. One thing that's been on our list for a little while is the update on Sweetwater Lake, and I guess I would like to ask that, I believe that we have a park manager hired for Sweetwater Lake. Who is Travis? Isn't here, is he? That maybe we could do that in June when we're in Glenwood. Just a suggestion.
Thanks, Commissioner Haskett. For the record, Heather Disney Dugan, Deputy Director, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We do have a park manager hired for Sweetwater, and we could certainly talk about doing an update for Sweetwater in June.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair. Agreed with everything that's already been said in terms of future topics and the ongoing list. Just wanted to add to that, I had a chance to chat with Anna yesterday, who's the new Human Dimensions Specialist, and just some really great research going on, including she mentioned a sort of community-engaged, co-produced effort to highlight metrics of success or outline metrics of success for the Range Rider program, and thinking about like how we're actually going to evaluate the success of our various conflict minimization tools from a human dimensions perspective. So yeah, I just want to highlight updates on human dimensions research would be particularly interesting, but also, for the public comment that we heard not too long ago, impacts on outdoor recreation is another one that I think folks want to hear, impacts to wildlife on recreational activities, and other kind of relevant ongoing CPW research as it sort of relates to agenda. We know there's like a ton of great research going on, and we love data, at least I do. So being able to hear more about that in as much as it sort of fits into the existing agenda would be of value.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. I see I would like to take this opportunity to talk about, or to say, yesterday's presentation by Eric Odell, Reed, our Wolf team, basically, I thought was phenomenal. I think that reached so many people who wondered what was going on with that. I think it actually built a lot of bridges, and I can't commend you and your team enough, Reed, for that wonderful presentation and giving all of us confidence in what's going on. Anything, Director, does this future topics, do you have any comments around it?
Yeah, I just want to say that was an amazing presentation, and I would argue there's a chapter 2, part 2. And I say that because our regional staff did a lot of really difficult work as part of that, and I feel like the amount of time we had just got us to the end of chapter 1, and so I'd like us to come back with a chapter 2 part as well. And sorry for whining about our workload. I know these are important topics to come forward. I'll touch on the human dimension piece, like so much. The days of like hunting and fishing and running state parks are very different from the past. It is more complicated today, with more people, more demands, a spectrum of values, needs, and expectations in all of this. And so counting critters, releasing critters, things like that. We do that too, and because it's more, the complexity today is, like I mentioned before, serving within the public's trust, and the public is more diverse than agencies like ours have had the experience with in the past, and that's a good thing. And our work is a lot more, the proportion of the work we have to do is a lot more than just the running the facilities and counting the critters and releasing the critters. It's a lot more about the people, bringing people together, listening to people. And so when I say the workload, the people process is it's way more difficult. It's why we have human dimension capacity in our agency, right, to help us. It's why we have in our policy and planning shop the public engagement part of it. And so that's the part. It's not the number of things that we're working on as much as it is there are a greater number of those things on the list that really require care and attention around the people and bringing people together, because I feel like we as an agency owe that to you as a policy-making body, arm you with the social components, the biological components, and the economic components at some point in time, so that you have everything you need to feel comfortable in the decisions that you all are making. I know Mike Cortouche and I have talked about this a lot. Like, this whole system is set up to have us versus them, And how do we get also to that, what I call the missing middle, so that we're hearing from that whole spectrum of folks, and a system that has 2 minutes or 3 minutes comment period. Like, there's a ton of research, psychological human dimension research around what that draws out in the public comment. And I don't know about you all, every day I feel like I'm failing everybody because oftentimes the people we hear from are very far apart. And maybe that's a bigger thing than just our work. I know that, but so we can talk with Frank McGee, our Southeast Region manager. He's running the BEAR work group, so we're keeping that group together and communicating. And if we want to talk about the BEAR situation, maybe that's a panel that we can put on the agenda just to kind of update on what that work group is doing, and kind of some of the steps moving forward. But that's another one. It's a human issue. It's a human behavior issue, and the amount of resources it might take to be fully successful are pretty phenomenal, maybe staggering if you put dollar figures to it. But that's not to say we don't work on it every day. So thank you for the extra time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director. I think we will adjourn. We'll recess. I'm sorry, we're not going to adjourn, but we'll recess for lunch. We'll come back at 12:30.
Test 24, test 24.
23.
12. Test 10.
11.
18.
6.
Testing 25. 8.
17.
1.
16.
13.
4. 4. 4 is really low. 4. 4.
9.
Testing 22.
7. Hello, hello. That's better. What'd you do?
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't doing that. It was like a buzz sound.
Check 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Check 1 2.
Yeah, it's weird.
21.
Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Meeting will come back to order. We will now begin where we left off. We'll start our strategic plan update presentation with Emma Hay, David Thoreau, Dr. Juanita Mosby, Tyler, and we'll move forward with that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair May, Commissioners, Director Davis. For those of you I haven't met yet, my name is Emma Hay. I use she, her pronouns. I am the project manager for the Policy and Planning Branch at CPW. You may recognize me from supporting these meetings at the tech table, but I got promoted a few months ago, so now I get to be in front of the camera. I'm sitting here today serving in a project lead capacity for the update of the agency's strategic plan, here with our consultants, Pro Sono and the Equity Project, who you'll get to meet momentarily. A little bit about the agenda today. We'll start with this 15-minute introduction to the strategic planning process. In this, we'll give a high-level overview of why we're doing this in the first place, the purpose of this plan. You'll get to meet our consultants, and then you'll get a project roadmap overview of our timeline, key milestones, and our engagement plans. We will then kick it off to the part 2 of this, which is our first of 2 commissioner workshops. This will be a 2-hour commissioner workshop. In this, there will be ample time for commissioner discussion and questions about the strategic plan, the future state of the agency, what visions you all have, and the state of equity, diversity, and inclusion. You'll see on the tables in front of you, as well as in your inboxes, an instruction manual, because we'll be using interactive polling for the second part of this, the commissioner workshop. We'll be here to troubleshoot if you have trouble accessing. We will also be taking no public comment for today. This is intended to be our engagement with the Commission, but we have scheduled in ample opportunities for public and stakeholders to weigh in on this process. I will start with giving some background for why a new strategic plan. Our current strategic plan for the agency was adopted by the Commission in November of 2015. While it's guided our efforts well since then, it is no surprise that a lot of things can change in 10 years. Since 2015, CPW has faced a multitude of evolving conditions, including social, political, and environmental shifts, population growth, increased developments and pressures, and the management of more staff, more wildlife, more properties, and more recreation on the landscape. These evolving conditions require us to reevaluate and update our priorities to ensure CPW continues to remain effective and relevant. The 2015 playbook we currently use simply is not addressing the new and complex challenges we're facing and will be facing for the next 10 years. This new strategic plan will ideally create a framework for CPW to adapt its resource allocation in response to changing conditions. It will be essential in aligning our goals and strategies with the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, allowing us to optimize resources, better serve the public, and accomplish our mission. We want to ensure that this new plan, we have adequate public and stakeholder engagement, and that they are well informed about our mission, our work, and our value. And we will create more opportunities for open dialogue with all groups during this update. We also want to intentionally engage with groups who do not traditionally engage with us. Director Davis often refers to these folks as the missing middle. We also want to intentionally engage with tribes and Indigenous communities. It's also vital in this update to ensure that our staff see themselves in the strategic plan and the new goals and are able to align their work with the bigger mission of CPW. Staff's understanding and ownership of these goals will be crucial to the overall success of this new plan and our ability to achieve these goals on the ground. Ultimately, the strategic plan update will chart CPW's course for the next 10 years, positioning us to achieve our mission, maintain relevancy, and trust with those that we serve. We look forward to sharing more details and engaging with you all in a collaborative process as we move forward in the development of this plan over the next 15 months. The process is set to conclude in June of 2026, when we'll bring back the final strategic plan to the Commission for approval and adoption. And with that, I will pass it off to our consultants, David Thoreau and Dr. Mosby Tyler, to share more about themselves, their work, and what they have mapped out to accomplish our vision for this plan.
Thank you, Emma. That was a wonderful introduction. Chairman May, Commissioners, Council, Director Davis, thank you for the opportunity to support you all in the strategic planning process. My name is David Thoreau. I am a principal at a company called Persono. We are a social impact consulting firm at the heart of working with community to come up with actionable strategic plans for that are usable by our clients, and we work primarily in the outdoor rec and conservation space, working across both the strategic planning process, the community engagement process to get the information we need, and then also the measurement and evaluation to make sure that the plan is a learning-based plan. We have a list of our team members up here on the slide. I'm actually going to pass it over to Dr. Mosby Tyler to introduce the equity project, and then I will carry you through a brief introduction about the process that we'll be going through over the next several months.
Thank you, David. I'm Juanita Mosby Tyler, and thank you, Chair May and Commissioners, for having us here today. And I want you to know how grateful we are to have this opportunity to work with you. I have with me two of my team members there behind me, Hannah Galjani and Ariana Flores, who will also be a part of supporting you in this team. The role of the Equity Project in the world is that we are an equity, inclusion, and diversity consulting firm. We work throughout Colorado and nationally to help organizations just like you to advance principally what equity, inclusion, and diversity means for you. And we customize whatever those strategies will be just for you. And I have a lot more to say about that a little bit later, but let me just commend you for having us be a part of a process that gives you a lens for the way that you might look at equity, inclusion, and diversity in the architecture of your strategic plan. Thank you.
Doctor, if I might interrupt you, I'd like to welcome your team to come to the table. If you would like them to come up, we can definitely bring more chairs up.
I would love that. Look at you being inclusive. I like it.
Yeah, Commissioner Robinson.
So while they're making their way up, I just wanted to say I have known Dr. Juanita Tyler for many, many years, and I commend the commission and the CPW agency for bringing the Equity Project in, because they are literally the best of the best in the world, and I don't say that lightly. And I'm just really, really, really thrilled when I saw her walk through the door that we get to work with her today. So I had to say that out loud.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Awesome. Well, I thought I'd start off with an egg joke. If you guys ready for this? I actually Googled it, tried to find something that was appropriate that my kids wouldn't find on the record later and harass me about. So I couldn't find anything good, but I thought I'd break some of the ice with some levity. I'll also say I really appreciate the fact that we can come up and have a conversation with you. This is my first commission meeting, although I've been working adjacently to the agency for many years, working with Great Outdoors Colorado. I know the Equity Project has worked with them as well. We've worked with a lot of the regional partnership initiatives. We've done a ton of work in the state on outdoor recreation and conservation. And this is my first commission meeting, and I just appreciate the gravity of the amount of things that you have to grapple with in a couple of hours. I think I had an emotional roller coaster this morning of, oh my gosh, to oh my gosh, like the young lady who was presented talked about that. I was like, I want this to be my kid's story someday too. So I really appreciate the opportunity to do this, and I also appreciate the amount of the conversations that you all have to have and the difficult decisions you have to make. And I'm really excited to be able to have conversation with you all about where we're going at first, and then we're going to jump into actually getting some information from you and having you all respond to what you all believe the vision for the organization should be. And we can use that information in collaboration with all the other responses and things that we're going to hear throughout the community as one data point. And then we're going to be bringing all these other data points together to come back with the most productive strategic plan for the organization for the next decade. We always start our projects off with key objectives, and this is something we've worked through with the EMT and with our project team, Emma and Katie. But the ultimate objectives of the work that we're working together over the course of really around 18 months is to focus on delivering a forward-thinking, actionable 10-year strategic plan. Even though the cognitive brain can only think about 3 years out, and sometimes it may feel fuzzier than that, depending on where, if you're in a pandemic or something like that. But 10 years is what we want to be putting out there as a milestone because of the amount of work that you all do every day and the length of the time it takes to make change. We are working out towards a 10-year time horizon for this next strategic plan, and that has to be tied to the mission of the organization, the mission that's written in statute, the vision of the organization, and then something we're working on this year is the values of the organization. How do you show up when things hit the fan, and what are the things that you ground yourself in from a decision-making perspective? We're also going to make sure all this is rooted in equity. So we partnered with the Equity Project to make sure that the end product of this, not only the process we're going through, the tools that are created that come out of this for the team, to be able to engage community, to be able to engage the team internally, and also that the plan itself is accessible and it is made through an equity lens. All of this is to address the long-term challenges and opportunities of the organization and provide focus. So I heard a lot of conversations earlier this morning around where we may need to focus and that there's need for focus. There's a lot of things, a lot of big, heavy things that we're prioritizing. This is a good place to be focusing around. What are those big buckets that we need to focus on? The other two objectives are around making sure we have a variety, a varied range of participation in the process. As a state agency, it has to represent state values and state organizations across the very differences of opinions and perspectives. And so we're going to be making sure that we are gauging not only folks that we know, that we hear a lot, either through public comment forums, through coming to commission meetings, but also, as the director mentioned, the missing middle. So we're going to be engaging, and we'll talk about how we're going to do that. And then the third piece is making sure that it's the biggest waste of time for everyone to do a strategic plan that sits on a shelf and never gets used. And so that's something we are laser focused on, that the agency has the tools and the techniques to be able to hold themselves accountable to use that strategy to make change that they want to make and use this time that we're using to create that as a springboard into the future. So we're making sure that they have the implementation tools to execute on it. So a real quick tutorial on strategy. I know everyone approaches strategy differently. This is how we think about strategy through 3 questions: why, what, and how. The why of the organization is the very tip of the spear. It's the vision. It's where are we going over the next 100 years of the organization? What do we aspire to be? What do we aspire to achieve? Then there's the mission. The mission is why you do what you do. This is the mission that's in statute. These are the core pieces. And we're going to be talking about that with staff and with the community around the residency of that mission with the community. And then the values is how you show up, the principles that you hold yourselves accountable to. That's all the top of the strategy. That is the why you exist. And everything you'll see in the strategy is going to tie back to the why. We're going to build guiding pillars, which are next. And why do we have these guiding pillars? We're going to root in, we learned these things. We learned we weren't showing up the way we thought we should be showing up. We learned that we need to focus on this area that we're not maybe now. We learned this through the process, and why we're going that direction will be captured in the what, which is what we'll prioritize over the next couple of years. If you think about this in context of a fishing trip or a hunting trip, your why is like you're trying to figure out where are we going? What are the things, what are the research that I need to do? What are some of the key pieces that I need to go explore and learn to build towards where are we going to go? Where are we going to go fishing? Where are we going to go hunting? What GMU are we going to pick? That's the guiding pillars. That's the boundaries that are going to be set about where we will be taking our trip on. And then the coherent strategies is how are we actually going to do that? What are the big things we're going to prioritize over the next 10 years to actually do this? That is your strategies. That's whether you're hunting in a party, you're hunting solo, you're taking this tactic, you're going to, whatever that may be. These are your strategies that you're going to be taking. And then more tactically, as you see in the 2-year operation plans currently, you have objectives and key results. And those are the things that you're going to measure over a shorter period of time. And that allows you to be very nimble in approaching things that come up over time. I'm going to briefly go through this one. This is cool. It worked. I didn't think it was going to work. Great. So this is the roadmap this is the highest level. We have a very detailed project plan. I can assure you that has got all the details of all these pieces. I wanted to call out the duration. 2 things to take away from this slide. I know it's tiny. 2 things to take away. We have 5 phases that we're going to be going through. And the key pieces are It started in November. We did a lot of planning to get to where we are right now. We're going into internal engagement with staff, and then we're going to go into external engagement, which is a larger. It's kind of kicking off today, speaking, with the public today. And then there's the second thing I want to take away is there's multiple times for the commission to have bites at the apple. So this is the first of many times that we'll be having conversations, and whether it's a workshop or an update, you will see more of us, and this isn't the only time that your voice is going to be captured, but this is one of the key points to kind of springboard us into that first engagement phase.
Sorry, Commissioner Bailey.
Commissioner Bailey?
Sorry, just confirming what PITO stands for?
Sorry, Partners in the Outdoor Conference.
Okay.
Yes, we will be presenting at that, and we'll be talking about partnership at PITO. Thank you for asking. So real briefly, we've already done a lot of the project scoping, but we did a lot of work on trying to really hone in on the learning agenda. What do we need to learn? We found it really impressive the amount of information that you all already have. We went through all the questions you've asked internally, all the questions you've asked externally, knowing that you have answers to those questions because you've already asked them. The worst thing we can do in our community engagement is go ask the same people the same questions, and they say, CPW is not listening, and that's not what we want. We want them to come out of this process saying, they already heard us, and now they're trying to refine this, or man, they haven't asked us that question. That's really, really, really keen for us to focus on that particular effort. So we spent a lot of time digging into that, which will lead us to our engagement process. Our engagement process is designed to be very inclusive. It is meant to be have an outreach plan that is targeting a lot of folks that throughout the community to get the various opinions. We'll talk a little bit about what those means are in just a moment, but our intent is to make sure that anyone who wants to participate in the process has an opportunity to do that, whether it be through a comment form, whether that be through a random sample survey, or whether that be through engaging in other means internally. I can go talk about it's okay. So there's several pieces to the engagement process, and we'll talk about a couple of those in a minute, and then we'll have time to answer questions about our approaches as well. The plan development, which will start kind of in earnest in the August timeframe, we will be looking at the purpose or vision of the organization. We'll be looking at the mission. We'll be looking at the values and trying to create organizational values, creating those strategic guiding pillars. That's the where we're going. And then the coherent actions about the strategies that the organization wants to take. And then once we have that strategic plan piece put together, that's when we'll have a review process for not only you all to review and ultimately approve next year, but also for community members, for staff, and for various leaders within the state. That's the review process. We're good. All right, so what's most important for the commission to know is that today's meeting, the March workshop, is to gain clarity on the process. That's what I just went through, and hopefully we can get clear on where we're going from a process perspective. Ability for you all to contribute to what you believe that future is, and the future vision as again, one perspective that brings to the overall knowledge gathering that we're going through in this engagement process. Communicating the strengths and some of the risks that you see. I think you hear a lot of those. I want to make sure that those are captured and that we are able to ingest those into the work that we do, and then opportunities for the organization going forward. So this is the focus of today's meeting after we move on to the next section. August will be more of an update on all the engagement, all the research that we've done, the reports, the analysis. All that data is coming together in what we call a diagnosis report, which talks about all the challenges and opportunities that the commission or that the CPW needs to consider. And then we'll have discussion in November around a preview of the strategic plan of the elements that we are recommending, and having a brief discussion on that part of the strategy, like how it's materializing. And then in 2026, there's going to be opportunities for you all to review it in detail, make comments, and provide feedback. The last thing that I'll share, I believe, is that we have many opportunities for folks to get involved and provide feedback internally. Right now we're launching it on Monday. We're having a survey go out to all staff, which has an EDI assessment, which not only benchmarks a series of 10 questions that benchmarks equity, diversity, and inclusion. That's the acronym. Against all of the clients that the Equity Project has worked against. So we're going to have a benchmark to say where are we in terms of the global picture. We're going to be doing focus groups to follow up on things that we hear in that survey and say, hey, we need to dig deeper on this. Like, why didn't this work out? What's going on here? So we're going to do some focus groups. We're going to do a town hall to allow anyone from staff to be able to participate. And then we also have engaged a staff advisory team that Emma and Katie have helped pull together of folks across the organization that are going to be able to provide feedback from a staff perspective throughout the process. Externally, we're going to have a comment form that will be made live that will go out through the typical means that surveys go out. It'll be featured on the Engage CPW. And then we'll be doing listening sessions across the state to make sure we're hearing, and that will be a grassroots approach, a grass tops approach to getting community voices to be heard in places where they live. And then because we don't have a good grasp of the missing middle, the polarized, or what we hear from, as the director mentioned earlier, we hear from both sides of the spectrum. We're kind of missing some of what the general public believe. We're going to be conducting a random sample survey that will be looking at voices across the state around a variety of different topics related to CPW's future. And then the commission again has the 3 opportunities to be able to contribute throughout this process. I think that's the last one. Yeah, so we're at questions. I think we have a few minutes for questions. I yield back to the chair to.
Thank you very much. We will open the floor to questions from commissioners. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks. I guess maybe before any questions on kind of this big picture overview, since we're having a 2-hour workshop, I guess I'm not sure how much, it feels like we're going to get into the weeds a bit more. And so I don't feel like I need it, but I guess I just wanted to clarify that we will have ample opportunity to ask other questions and get into the.
Yes, that is correct.
Anybody else? I really don't have any questions now. I have to digest it and prepare. Okay, I think you had such a great presentation. You answered our questions initially.
Can I leave now? No, teasing. We got plenty of time to go through the workshop piece. Is there anything we need to do to move into?
So at this time, we are starting item 24B. In this, we have pulled up the interactive slide deck. So if you commissioners that are in the room review the instruction sheet, there's a QR code you can scan or a link you can type in on anything that's connected to the internet. For the folks that are joining us online, that is in your email inbox, and you can click the link directly. All you need to do is put in your name to comply with open meetings law, first and last name, and then we'll begin.
I will also say, because I've done 1,000 of these facilitations, if the technology does not work, we have plenty of time for verbal conversation, and we will have that regardless. I just want to make sure that if things don't work out the way that we planned, we have plenty of time.
When you're logged in, you should see a screen via AHA Slides that asks you to input your name, and then you should be able to follow along to the slides that we have up on the screen.
And the first question, sorry. The first question is probably, it's just a test, so if you're getting a question about what are you excited about this summer? Not yet? Okay, good. All right. Didn't want you to get confused. We're in the right place. All right. Good. Okay. We're going to go, we'll get started. If there's any, if you have any issues with the technology, again, we're going to have plenty of time to discuss the process. All right, so let's start the workshop. So I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Mosby Tyler. We're going to do this in kind of 2 parts. The first part is going to be talking about, there's a lot of noise out there in the world around equity, diversity, and inclusion. And so Dr. Mosby Tyler is going to talk about what they're seeing in that space. And then we'll jump into the workshop. We'll be talking about the future vision of the organization.
Great, thank you. The state of equity, diversity, and inclusion. I probably don't need to tell you much about what the state of equity, diversity, and inclusion is doing in this country, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that there's dissonance in the atmosphere about this topic area. What I want this body to understand is we're not being very clear about what the dissonance is. And so a part of the state of EDI is really understanding what it is that people are opposed to. And I want to get into that just a little bit. we are very fortunate at the Equity Project that we've worked with so many different organizations, all types, all sectors across this great state, but also across the country, both metropolitan areas and urban areas in this work. And the thing that I can tell you that may or may not be a surprise to you is our rural communities are still doing this work. And I don't care what you call it, they're still doing this work. And they're doing this work because what the words equity, diversity, and inclusion means is their espoused value anyway. And so the first sort of off-ramp I want to go on with you is that when you think about the espoused values of CPW, and I know your espoused values, it makes it easier to comprehend what equity, diversity, and inclusion would mean for you. When I got here at 9:45 this morning, I counted, sorry, Chair May, 6 times that Chair May said equitable and fair. I counted 6 times. And in my mind, that isn't a program, that isn't something that means that Chair May is talking about DE&I. It is an espoused value. And so a part of what we will do as the Equity Project team is to make sure in the strategic plan that principally what you're going to experience is your own espoused values being built into your plan. Now, when I think about the rest of the nation, we've somehow taken this acronym and turned it into a weapon. And we want to dispel that in your process too. The reality is, I want everybody to stop using the acronym, period. And let's just say the words that we're talking about. Because when we say the words that we're talking about, you can see the connection between your espoused values as an agency or your espoused values as an individual person and what we're actually trying to accomplish. So I want you to think about how saying the words matters. So also, while I was counting Chair May's words, I was counting other people's words this morning too. I heard things like, we need to come together, unify, talk about things. All of these are just words and phrases that you just use every day, but they really are about the connection in the words equity, diversity, and inclusion. I heard so many inclusive things while I was sitting in the back of the room, including, do you want to bring your team up front? Is an example of what being inclusive looks like. I saw the diversity in this room and on the screen, and it was broad diversity, and that's not even all of the diversity, because some diversities you can't see. But it was present in this room because I heard it in the voices and the perspectives of the room. That's what diversity is all about. And equity, you've been talking about equity all morning, about how do we influence systems so that people aren't harmed by our systems. It's the relationship between systems and people and systems, and that's what you've been talking about since I got here this morning. So when I think about anti-DE&I kinds of things, I don't want to be anti any of the things that I just said, and I don't want you to be either. It's your consciousness, and you're rich, and you're successful in your thinking and your actions because of the way in which you've articulated equity, inclusion, and diversity in what you do. So our job as the Equity Project is to make sure that you don't lose the fabric of that in the architecture of your strategic plan. That's the sort of lens that we're going to use. We want to always make sure that you're connected to the things that are your espoused values. You will also hear us talk a lot about culture. I mean, I think everybody talks about culture, and then at the end of the day, we wonder what culture are you talking about? So we have a way of expressing culture. We know that at CPW, there is culture that is objective. So when I close my eyes, I know what CPW stands for. That's objective culture. I know what your artifacts are. I can look around this room and I can tell what you stand for. If I meet a commissioner, which I have met commissioners, I know what you stand for. Those are objective parts of your culture. They just don't waver. There's also subjective culture, and we're going to be measuring subjective culture too. And subjective culture is really around your patterns, your belief systems, the way people move in your organization, what their heart says about things that you're doing. So there's some measurement of that in the surveys that we'll do and the focus groups that we'll do that'll give us some inclination about what the subjective culture is too. We want you to have a solid foundation for describing what culture means for CPW. That's what we want to do. And we don't want this ambiguous sort of definition of what culture is. I just want you to know we'll be looking at both. Then I want to tell the truth about something. You can't have a workshop without telling the truth about something. We have had a very historical difficulty with these words that we're using, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so a part of the role of this commission and beyond is to be thinking about how you are articulating what these words really mean so that you can keep them tied very closely to what culturally you want to see happen, and definitely what you want to see happen in your plan. I know my team gets really tired of me telling this story, but it's an important one. I started in this work in the late 70s, back before we had an acronym called DE&I. We hadn't even invented the rest of the letters yet, evidently. We were just talking about diversity back then. And quite frankly, in a very narrow way, we just talked about diversity as the definition of things that had to do with race. It's just the way the work started. And so when we tell the truth and we fast forward to 2025, one of the things I want you to pay attention to is that the historical beginning of how we define the word diversity still sits with people in their understanding and in their dissonance sometimes to the word. So when you hear the word diversity, your brain goes straight to, that's not me, that's them. And so we've created that as a society because of the beginnings of how these words were defined. You have a rich opportunity, and you're already doing some of it now, to expand the definition of diversity to be what it was supposed to be in the first place, which is just a description of differences, all the differences. Doesn't matter what the differences are. It's the richness and beauty of all the differences. And the more we can sit with that in the way that we develop plans and the way that we talk about this, it then creates the inclusive strategy that you want. It's here's all the richness and beauty of difference that we have here. We might not always agree, but it's beautiful and we need it all to be successful. But ultimately, we want to get to the point where we can leverage that. We don't want to just have diversity that sits there. We want to leverage it so that it benefits the organization and the individuals in it. The same goes with equity and equality. We spent all of the 60s and 70s on equality movements where we were just trying to level set people. And we know that we still have work to do in the area of equality, but when we mean equality, we should say equality. All of the places where things aren't equal, that's equality. Equity really is about what you're doing in your systems. Is there anything in your system that is detrimental to other people or creates harm for other people or imbalance or oppression or marginalization of people? What in your system, whether it's in there intentionally or not, does that? And so we should always be great stewards of taking care of what our systems are doing. You've got accessibility to think about. We have belonging to think about. Belonging is when your workforce or your partners say, You're doing a great job with inclusion, because it's one thing for us to say we're inclusive. It's quite another for those you serve to say, oh, yes, you are, or oh, no, you're not. And so all of these words get hidden when you just use an acronym. And so I'm going to encourage us to continue on our journey to use the words that we mean. And you might not be using all of the words at the same time. It might be that there are some cases where you're just talking about accessibility. We need to make sure people have access through language or some physical elements of what we're doing. Sometimes we're going to be talking about equity, where we really need to talk about whether the system is unintentionally harming anybody, any of our partners, community members, or staff. So all of those things will be very important in the way that we articulate the work. One of the slides, this is kind of the last thing I want to say and kick it back over to David. One of the things that was on one of the slides was the use of an equity lens. We like to use equity lenses because they are a bit of a roadmap that sets you through a list of questions that you want to ask before you make formal decisions. And an equity lens is what helps you understand whether you've unintentionally created an oppression somewhere, or a marginalization, or you forgot somebody, or you forgot a group. It just is a little bit of a pause point for you to consider if everybody has been included. So we'll help to develop that as just a checkpoint as you're going through the strategic planning process too. The last thing I will share is it's going to be very important, I think, for everyone to be okay with inserting their own story and how they're processing some of this. Again, in our country, we're very polarized around this topic area. And we will stay polarized around this topic area if people can't see themselves in the topic of diversity, equity, and inclusion. If you don't think that's you, it's really harder to wrap your head around why you should be talking about it. So I'm going to just say in this room, if diversity, equity, and inclusion is not about all of us, we shouldn't be talking about it at all. It has always been about all of us, and it's been misstated in so many ways. And we're going to help as much as we can as a team to make sure that when people read your strategic plan, when they see what it's going to do, and they see what it's going to do tactically and what it's going to do strategically, that they will be able to see themselves in it, both internally and externally. And that's when you can say, job well done on the issue of equity, diversity, and inclusion. So I'll stop, well, that's a mouthful. I'll stop right there, and if you have questions or thoughts, sentiments, or insights for me, I'd be happy to talk to you.
I'll start off. I will say that, Doctor, your demeanor and your presentation to me already makes me feel welcome and included. So I can see why you are in the position you are, because it's very welcoming and it's drawn me into this discussion.
Thank you, Chair.
I can't be the only one that has a comment. Come on, I'm trying to include everybody. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Dr. Mosby Tyler. You see what I'm talking about, Chair, when I say we have the best of the best. I will say this too. I think that as we go through this process, and Dr. Mosby Tyler talked about making sure everyone feels like they're included and actually is included. One thing I've learned by going through her workshop in a number of other organizations is to challenge yourself and challenge your own assumptions about yourself, because I think many times when I've gone through this, I learned things about my own assumptions and my own biases that I didn't know I had. And so I think when we're going through this, I think be transparent with yourself, be honest with yourself, and we should be able to be honest with each other. Even though this is a public forum, I think it's really important for us to be able to speak freely and call out if something doesn't hit right, because I think that's what makes this a powerful process. And so I just wanted to share that and again say thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm looking for participation. And I think in this, I appreciate where we're coming from because it's so easy to put your defenses up right away. Because as soon as you're engaged in something, you want to draw off and protect yourself. And it's not easy to come into it. So I'll readily admit that you're always, or I'm always trying to defend my position and make sure that I'm not vulnerable to something. Thank you, Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. And thank you guys. I'm excited to go through this. And first off, for Mr. David Thoreau, if we could get you to put a Henry and change your spelling to the French version, you would be ideal for working with the Wildlife Commission.
I have never heard that before.
And then Dr. Mosby Tyler, I really appreciate you going through the words that are in our acronym. Because I've thought myself, if you talk to people who don't like DEI, if you pick the words apart, they don't have an objection to it. It's just that, but I had a question that you put the EDI, and I just didn't know if that meant anything or you just got your acronym together before the other folks.
It's intentional, and it's typically intentional for us because we want us to think about our systems first and the implications that our systems have on everything else. And so we center anything that either gets in the way of or promotes helping people to thrive. So equity becomes instrumental. The other words don't really get at the deep systems work like equity does. I mean, you really can't do equity work if you haven't examined your own systems, which is what your strategic planning process is going to do. Yeah, I appreciate your question.
I really should have some Walden Pond type comments to be able to make. After all these years of hearing similar sentiments, I should have some better retorts. Chairman, were you going to say something?
No, I'm just imploring. I know people have things they want to bring out. Commissioner Beaulieu.
I'm just really excited about this because things are really hard. They're really hard right now. We've heard it this entire meeting. We hear it every day, and this is a topic that I was just really excited. Ooh, she's getting emotional. Really excited to see on the schedule because we need it, and we need to find ways to come together. Sorry, everybody. Ooh, I don't know why.
You don't have to apologize.
Yeah.
I think we all are feeling this differently. And our staff, no matter where you are, our staff is feeling this, and they're naming it. That I just appreciate words. They're naming it, I'm tired. But it's not they're tired. They have compassion fatigue. We are so overexposed, all of us, to so many things that we need to care about right now. And that overexposure creates compassion fatigue. And that compassion fatigue, too much of it, can create this discourse that keeps us from even talking to each other or working together. It is something that we have to do something about. So when people say they're tired, I want to know the next level. I want to accept that you're just tired. We're more than tired. So your emotions have everything to do with the balancing act of trying to balance this overexposure of things that don't stop.
They don't.
They don't.
They don't. And it feels like you ask people, how are you doing? And it seems like it's harder and harder to get an answer that's like, I'm genuinely fine. And so to be able to talk about this with this agency, I think is just so important. And it is unifying and it is inclusive. It's about diversity, equity, inclusion at the end of the day. We need it, and I'm really glad that we're talking about it and that we're making space and that y'all have come, because we have to be able to address what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bullion. Another observation I have, was talking about this with somebody else this morning. This commission deals with so many controversial items that we usually have polar opposites. We have polar opposites coming towards the middle. We have very few people. I mean, most people are in the middle, but they're the silent majority. So we have these polar opposites. And I'll just use our public comment as an example. We have so much public comment that we've had to concentrate it. We used to have 3 minutes, now we're down to 2 minutes. And I think the concentration of that has led to people being forced to bring out their most salient points. If there's something in their presentation that might seem vitriolic, they feel compelled to say that because in the short amount of time they have, they want to have the most impact. So the nature of that brings those vitriolic comments out, which are usually, whether directly or indirectly, attacking another side. This commission has to deal with that and try to dilute it to the point that we can come up with something that's rational and that we can deal with. And I'll use yesterday as an example. I thought once we got through our first hour or two of the meeting, it'd be smooth sailing. Well, guess what? It got tougher as the day went on. And I just think that's the nature of the beast that we're dealing with right now.
If I may offer, the points that several of you have made, make me think about this idea that so many of us are in this defensive posture. As you were mentioning, you feel like you have to defend your perspective, your right. And part of the reason why I think we're hearing from that the loudest voices that we hear from are the ones at the two ends of the spectrum is the fatigue. It's also just a deep-rooted fear of acknowledging what is happening, as well as, to oneself, to one's communities, to the issues that people care about. And when we are in these sorts of forums, like you're saying, people feel compelled to make a salient point in 2 minutes, and we end up really losing context, really losing the background. Everybody has perspectives and strong opinions, and they're rooted in their lived experiences, in the way that they view the world. But through social media, through, decorum and sort of the parameters that we have to work within in these sorts of forums, we don't really get that background or context. And I think that the fear that so many of us feel in our bodies, oftentimes our bodies tell us what we're feeling before we can consciously recognize it. That fear is what ends up governing a lot of our actions. And for some of us, we put our guard up and we hold back. For other people, you kind of let it all out and you maybe say things that you're going to regret. And, one of the things that we're really hoping to do in this process is to really allow some space for the people whose voices are not the loudest, the people whose voices are not typically heard from, to be able to feel okay sharing their perspectives. So that was the various things that I wanted to say. Oh, and I'm Ariana Flores from the Equity Project.
Well, the silence is deafening, but I presume that we can take this. I know we're scheduled we have the afternoon to do this. I don't want to compel anybody to speak. Pardon me? Oh, yeah, no, I realize that. But I mean, as to what we've talked about so far, I'd like to compel the discussion around it. And if we've reached that point, we'll move on. Okay, very good. Commissioner Bailey.
Yeah, so my understanding is that the reason we just got, the incredible introduction to sort of your understanding and framing of equity, diversity, inclusion, belonging, accessibility, and related principles is because that is the lens with which we will apply to the strategic planning process. And from my perspective, I don't necessarily feel like we need to talk specifically about sort of what these themes are and I'm happy to sort of dive into the strategic planning process and think about how we apply them to the work that CPW is doing. So that's why I'm waiting for kind of the next step, just my perspective.
Points well taken. Okay, thank you.
Right, if we're okay with moving on, I wanted to touch base on just a few things. So the 3 outcomes we had set up for this meeting were to make sure that you all have understanding of the process that we're going through, which we went through in the first portion, the public portion, as well as provide feedback on different engagement opportunities. So I just wanted to make sure before we talking about the strategy and moving into the next piece, as Commissioner Bailey had mentioned, I just want to make sure that from a process perspective, you're clear on where we're going, kind of the pieces, where we have time for engagement. Is there any other questions on that? I want to make sure that you all feel confident that we're on the righteous path to get to the strategic plan by the end of this year.
Commissioner Touch.
Thanks, Chair May. You guys tell me if I'm jumping ahead, but on the multiple people have mentioned the desire to get the views of the middle, and my experience has been with like listening sessions, or we have such a geography issue as well, that often the people who can attend are the sort of self-motivated, zealous people on the polls, and professional or paid people of various organizations, but the people who aren't normally there are the middle. And so it's appropriate now, like more strategies to actually, because the people in the middle they don't feel as strongly, and so they don't take the time to come and express their views. And how do we get them to get their views heard?
So there's a couple different tactics that we are planning to take, and we're also open for suggestions and recommendations too. But the 2 big ones that we are approaching, one is the random sample survey, and we're going through the details right now. We're actually going to contract with another organization to help support that does this like day in and day out, and they use the same principles that we use and the same values, but it'd be looking across the state and getting truly random voices that we don't typically hear from. And we're also trying to figure out how do we define the missing middle, or how do we define that group so that we can put parameters around and make sure that we are seeking that particular voice. So we are doing that to be able to seek that. And we will be asking similar questions across what we're asking internally, what we're asking through the public comment forms, and what we're asking through the random sample survey, so that we can compare across them and say, the folks that we typically hear from, this is what their viewpoints are, and the folks that are truly randomized, that maybe aren't the folks that you typically hear from, those are the ones that we're going to try to seek their voices and compare the information to understand where there's differences and where there's similarities. The second piece is we've also included accommodations within our budget as well. So when we do some of the listening sessions, we are going to provide accommodations for folks. We're not sure what that's going to look like, depending. We're getting into the planning for the external engagement piece and where we're going to be focused our efforts from those listening sessions. But the intent is to provide, if folks need childcare, if folks need a stipend for something, or just to be able to come. We get a lot of good results from providing gift cards for groceries, eggs. There's an egg joke in there somewhere, and so there's a good value in doing that as well, to allow people to come and actually we're borrowing their knowledge. We should be compensating them for their knowledge and what they're bringing to the table, and we find good experience in that. We also have both organizations that have worked all across the state with the various organizations. So not only tapping into the experience that this organization has, but also our experience, and we work across a myriad of different issues to pull different folks from the community together that maybe haven't been your typical loud voices. Those are the 2 main reasons, sir.
And I would also add, we really try to meet people where they're at, regardless of what that means, whether that means physically in terms of geography, whether that's providing an accommodation, whether that's compensating folks for their time to incentivize them to come and participate when there are a million different competing interests on their time. And also, it's an iterative process, so we'll be tracking participation along the way and are open to being creative and nimble so that we can really get at the folks who maybe are not the typical participants in these sorts of processes.
Okay. And but then just sort of it's kind of a related question that I have is, we're trustees for recreation and wildlife for the whole state, all of its people. Sometimes I think perhaps we spend a lot more time in rural areas than urban ones. And there's reasons for that. That's like where the wildlife are, where the big land spaces are, where the important private landowners who provide habitat for wildlife are. But if we just looked at where the people are, we would behave dramatically different. And so how do you balance that, 70% of our constituents are probably around this building, like in a 50 or 100 mile circle, versus the resources are over the whole state? And how do we weigh those factors?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Thank you for asking the question, Commissioner. I think a couple things. I know the director and the deputy director have talked about this at large with us, trying to figure out how we hear those voices as well. I think the work that we will be doing listening sessions in those areas and trying to understand some of the more urban centers and what their kind of perspectives is, or maybe lack of knowledge of CPW altogether. And also the random sample size survey, we are going to be asking those demographics of geographic location to identify as being in a rural area or an urban area to be able to parse out the data and be able to look at it from different perspectives and how they show up. So those are a couple of the different ways we're using. Sorry, I thought you were whispering something to me. Those are a couple of the different ways that we're going to be looking at that. It is also the state has heard a lot of different voices through the outdoor strategy work, through GOCO's strategy that they're working through. There's a lot of different inputs that we have a lot of information. So we're also trying not to be, doing it for doing its sake, and trying to make sure it's very targeted in the information we don't have, because there's so much information out there, and we're trying to borrow as much of that as we can to not tire people on constantly asking for their opinion on things.
Commissioner Bailey.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that now's a reasonable moment to talk about the specifics of who and how to talk to people and reach different populations. Okay. Another potential strategy or population I was thinking about are just sort of college age individuals, and the fact that we have semi-captive audiences who will take surveys for extra credit, right? So thinking about CU, CSU, Metro, Fort Lewis, right? All of these universities across the state that are, often putting out people who might in the future work for CPW, or certainly will take advantage of all of the work that CPW does. That's one relatively straightforward way to reach out to faculty and say, can you share this, and possibly incentivize it in some way. And that's generally sort of a free way to get student input. I also wanted to flag within state fish and wildlife agencies there, at least based on previous work that we've done around belonging and authenticity, there's some concern because the emphasis is so much on wildlife, right, and the ecology and biology of wildlife, that individuals that fall into different kind of categories of work within these agencies, such as business administration or economics or IT, right, often don't necessarily feel as sort of connected. And I'm not going to suggest that that's the case with CPW. Mostly because I haven't studied them directly, but just highlighting the need to, when you're thinking about the focus groups, making sure to engage those groups that don't necessarily fall into the sort of the biology or the park, those sort of categories that I think are more commonly the types of employees that you think of when you think of an agency like CPW. I'd also highlight the need to make sure to survey and work with and maybe do focus groups with temporary employees as well. Again, CPW, I think, does an incredible job bringing in temporary workers to more full-time and permanent staff positions, but understanding their challenges, again, sort of perceptions of where the organization needs to go and their sense of belonging as well, I think are, again, a particular population that could potentially be overlooked. So just some initial thoughts there.
Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you so much. I echo what Commissioner Bailey said. I think one of the things, too, that I wanted to call out is something I actually learned from Dr. Tyler many years ago, which is to really name your assumptions. And I think we have to name our assumptions ahead of time. Like, for example, something that Commissioner Tutchin said, I'm not sure I completely agree with, which is, 70% of our constituency is here in the metro area. I think our constituency is the whole state. And we often forget that, constituency are even those people who don't participate, because we still represent them as well. And I think that with that statement, and really naming our assumptions of what our data is, our data set is going to be, I want to what I would love to see out of the strategic plan is when looking not just 10 years ahead, but looking 30 years ahead or even 20 years ahead. And when my children have children, Lord Jesus, and what do we do now in the programming now to equip my very urban and privileged children to be able to hunt, fish, recreate, and understand the values of that, and want to do that with their kids? Because I think we're going to miss the mark if we're not looking for my grandchildren and their grandchildren to be able to do what we do, because there's so many values, unstated values that come out of what we do that are oftentimes not named. So I think that's something I'd really like to see us focus on.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. One thing I haven't heard mentioned, and it's probably implied, but is one thing that we see a lot of is urban-rural divide now. And that's something I would really like to see us focus on also, because I think that's a huge issue facing us right now.
Director Davis.
Thanks. I just want to keep reminding us as we think about this, about our whole mission, right? So there's the sports part of it, the hunting, fishing, watchable wildlife. There's the enjoyable, sustainable recreation part and how we balance those things together. And then there's the quality state park system. And when I think about public trust, there's the beneficiaries that we serve. Our mission says current, so all of Colorado residents today and the ones that aren't here yet. Commissioner Robinson's grandchildren, as an example, recent example. And then our mission also says there's the serve the beneficiaries, and our mission also says, and visitors to Colorado too, right? Which I would argue, are different than the beneficiaries. They're stakeholders to a certain extent. And so our mission's broad, which means in one regard, it's pretty easy. Like whoever we talk to is a beneficiary in this, whether they hunt or fish or watch wildlife or go hiking, mountain biking, or visit our state park system, or I would argue part of the missing middle in my experience in this industry are people that just want to know that wildlife and those opportunities are being taken care of with good stewardship, right? So sometimes maybe Dr. Mosby, it's like you said something about looking around the room, and so I just keep throwing that out there. Like, we have a long history of being really good at what we do, and there's always improvement opportunities. And I think I said this before the lunch break, our jobs are different today than they were when I started in my career, right? The public demands, the pressure on the resources, and they're just different. It's more people work today than when I started my career. I got into it because it was wildlife work, and maybe I'm an introvert, and the people part I'm just growing into, but that is the majority of what our jobs are anymore, is how do we connect with the public that we serve? How do we make sure that this plan helps inform our process improvements that we can make, our engagement as part of those process improvements, so that we can, as you said, like the public just turns around, instead of us hearing the word transparency over and over and over again, there's just the trust. Like, we trust that CPW understands our values, needs, and expectations. And even if they don't always give me exactly what I want, I know I've been heard, and I can see how they considered my needs and expectations moving forward.
All right. So we've talked about the first two elements of our time together. We have more time to talk about strategy and talking more about that future vision. Thank you for the dialogue. I was told you were a quiet bunch, so I'm glad that didn't show up today. That was a joke. All right. So what we're going to I saw it loud and clear the first hours, couple hours of the day. So I appreciate, it's always easier for me to have a talkative bunch. So here's what we're going to talk, transition from the process and kind of what we're doing to where we're going. And one of the things that we wanted to just level set with is that we're going to talk a little bit about what you think the aspirations of the organization could be in the next 10 years. And I want to be very clear, this isn't a directive at this point. This isn't it's not meant to be a directive. It's not meant to say, get spin staff into circles trying to go chase down those visions right now. This is an input to the strategy. This is going to be included with a lot of the other feedback from staff, from the community, from our random sample survey. So this is a data point. I just want to make sure that's clear that no one's panicked with the vision isn't exactly what they want right now. So I want to make sure that was clear. We're going to talk about what that aspiration looks like. And then I'm going to transition. It's always easier to talk about the negative than the positive. And so we're going to talk quickly about what are some of the risks that you see CPW having to overcome or address or mitigate or deal with over the next 10 years, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. And then we're going to talk about the strengths that you see the organization leveraging to get to that vision that you've painted. And then we're going to talk about what opportunities do you see on the horizon that the organization should think about to get there. We're not going to talk about results today. We usually use a SOAR analysis. You may have heard SWOT. It's kind of the same thing. SOAR is much more appreciative inquiry, focusing on the future, focusing on visioning. And so we're going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about results. I didn't want to get into that. You can mention that in aspirations if you like, if you think there's some results or measurables you think that the organization should strive for the next 10 years. But we're going to go through and have essentially how the next session is going to work is we have AHA slides, which I think some of you may be familiar with, which allows you to log in, as we asked you earlier, to provide your perspective. We'll take a little bit for you to think about the question. I know you're all good pre-readers and you've all done some homework on this probably, but I'd love for you just to sit down and think with your own thoughts about what we've talked about and talk about, we'll go through the questions one by one. The reason why we're doing this, and it may feel a little bit too methodical to be able to have you all respond and then we have time to comment on them, but I wanted to do a couple things. One, I wanted to make sure that every voice that wants to respond from the commission has a chance to do that. Whether you want to be vocal in the meeting or not vocal in the meeting, that's fine. I think I wanted to hear all of your voices and reflect them on the screen. So that we can, and we also want to be able to capture the richness of what comes out of your perspective. So that's one of the reasons why we're going to go have you provide your comments. It will have your name associated with it, so you know that it's been associated with you. We'll have you all kind of read through them as they're coming up on the screen, and then we'll have a dialogue around maybe what did you think? What do you see up there that maybe is against what you thought maybe, or maybe you challenge, or maybe some things up there that you say, I really, really agree with that. I think that's actually a really cool vision that I hadn't thought about. So we're going to have some dialogue around these three pieces, around the strengths, or the aspirations rather, the risks, the strengths, and then we're just going to talk generally without survey tools as a body about those opportunities you think that would be worth considering going forward. And then we'll wrap up with any other questions that you have and move on with the agenda. Okay. So we'll skip the first question. We'll jump. These are all the main strategy questions. We had a teaser question to see if the survey worked, but we will make sure we're on a good schedule for you, sir. So go ahead.
Just to add really quick, for folks that may not be able or having technical difficulties, feel free to raise your hand and we have some folks in the back that can help if you're having trouble logging on. Just let us know.
All right, so the first question, you should be able to see it on your devices, or again, if you want to verbally respond, that is fine too, is around we're going to take probably 3 or 4 minutes just to sit and think about it. We'll watch the responses come in and we'll know when we have quorum. But what is your vision? What do you think, if you close your eyes and thought about what CPW could be in 10 years, what does that look like to you? What are the problems that they've accomplished or overcome? What has it solved? What are the conversations that are happening in 10 years? What has changed because of the work that's happened over the next 10 years? I'd love to hear you paint the picture of what 10 years from now looks like. And you can submit whenever.
Can we just copy and paste other people's responses? Commissioner Bailey?
So long as you quote it. I think we have all, we're still reading something? Oh, okay. Feel free to keep editing your responses. Can we scroll through them real quick? Can everyone see them on their screen? I'm having a hard time connecting. Can you see the responses? Are you able to? Yeah. Are you able to read them up there, or should I read through some of them? I can kind of summarize what I'm hearing. Okay. So these are amazing visions. Some of the things that I saw in here, just looking through them as they came up, is values of trust, being a trusted organization. Lots of things on collaboration. One of the ones I thought was really powerful is around, didn't use the word humility, but it used the context of being able to seek guidance from others and not think that we know all the answers. We have a lot of different voices to hear from and understand those perspectives. I saw a lot of for all, for everyone, and then also like the recognizing the range of services that you all provide and doing all them with exception. And then the other one I heard was leadership in all these spaces, to be a example for other states, to be a leader that people look to say, how do you do this? And look to Colorado for that example. As you saw some of these things come up here, I'm just curious, as you went through this exercise, I would love to open up for conversation around things that you also observed as maybe some themes that you heard things maybe you were surprised didn't show up, or things that you thought, you agree with that you thought were additive to your own vision of the organization?
Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I think everything looks wonderful here. I think the thing that I have been surprised about in the last, how many months have I been doing this? However many months, is all the things that go on that the staff do that no one will ever know. Whether it's making sure we have the right genetics in the fish, or it's making sure that the plant diversity in specific fields at specific times is seeded properly. I mean, there's so many things that the staff do that most of Coloradans will never know, but it allows for people to have trails, and it allows for, our economic development partners to go out and recruit businesses because our state is so beautiful, We got to call that out somehow, and I don't know how. But I think it's so vital because that's the essence of CPW. That is literally what we do, and it's usually those things that no one notices.
Thank you for your comments.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if I'm following the right protocols, but I know that the two things I mentioned were first, maintaining the esprit de corps of CPW, and that the organization is financially strong. And the reason I threw those out is I've been here, 5 years now, and I'm continually impressed by the pride and the ethic of our workforce, and you have to maintain that. It's something I really want to hold on to 10 years in the future. And then the financial strength seems kind of trite, but whatever plans we make, they can only be implemented by the organization. And so if the organization loses its esprit de corps, or it's not financially strong, we can have great plans, but there's no human beings to implement them. The other thing I threw up was I want Colorado to be the best state to be a wild animal. And to me, that was just a straight way of saying that a big part of my desire is how we treat animals in wild places, and I would say we're ahead of a lot of our peer states in considering some of those things, but I sort of feel that that's something we can be proud of and work to maintain.
Thank you. All right, we will move on. And again, these are all going to be captured. We'll summarize all this stuff, but it is all captured. We appreciate contributing. So now this is the more sometimes easier is not to think positive, but to think kind of oh gosh, we have to do all these things. And Commissioner Bailey has already jumped in right there. I didn't even say go. Thank you. I love it. Way to take initiative. Yeah, we were looking for what are some of the risks that you think that the organization needs to grapple with. I think maybe some of them are things you talk about all the time. Maybe they're things you think about but haven't had a chance to express. So I would love to hear just your top 3 things that you believe are risks or hurdles. Maybe some immediate, maybe some are longer term that we need to be focusing on in this next 10-year. And this is like voting, you can do early and often. Great. Thank you for sharing these. I think a lot of these we've heard through some of these we've heard through conversations. Things like, mission creep, where we're doing a lot. I mean, I was impressed. I thought I knew a lot about CPW until we started getting in to some of the planning conversations, and I'm like, wow, y'all do a lot. It's a lot. And so there's a lot of things that creep into that. One of the things that came up, and I may regret this. So I'm curious, because I came from politics, so I'll just call that out, that I'm always curious about it. But I'd love if we have a little dialogue around where we think politics is a risk. And I'm just curious if that would be something we could talk about real quick. I saw 4 or 5 responses. I just want a little more context. shaking his head.
Commissioner Robinson.
Thanks. I'm the one who said be transparent and open, so I figure I'll be the first one to do it. I think it's that interesting conundrum of our democracy today, of what I like to call ballot box biology, where if something is brought to our commission and the result isn't liked by any one group of people, that they go to the ballot and put it on the ballot for everyone to vote on. And the real conundrum of that is then becomes a political game. It does not become a well thought out scientific approach. And so insert any one type of thing there. And then, so there's that one. And then there is the overarching pool and stress of keeping not just the executive branch of the state happy, but local executive branches and legislators happy, and the feds happy. Everybody wants to be happy when it comes to parks and wildlife. But at the end of the day, who do we serve? And the question is one that we have to ask ourselves every day, and it's not one that we can answer, because we serve all of those people that I just mentioned. And so whether it's the governor, or whether it's the president, or it's the state senator, or a U.S. senator who, by the way, calls us to give us their opinions about what we should be doing, it's a really interesting dynamic. And I feel so sorry for poor Jeff over here, because we have to deal with this a couple times a month and, have our meetings strategically. But he gets these pools every single hour of the day. And I think it's going to become one of those where if we're not strategically focused and being able to say the same thing to all these people about what our mission, vision, and values are, we're going to miss the boat. And we're not going to be able to focus on what's 10 years, 15, 20 years down the road. We're just going to be putting out fires constantly for whatever political aptitude or appetite is in that moment.
Thank you.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thanks, Chairman. Well, to answer or try to your question about where we might perceive politics as a risk, this is the obvious loss of bipartisanship. In my career, the Endangered Species Act passed Congress 97-3. It was signed by Richard Nixon. You couldn't see anything in this realm like that anymore, and I think that's a real loss. And we need to try to regain that. And I see the regaining that, wildlife is not Republican or Democratic, and it's not only of concern to one side or the other, but it's a concern to all of us. We have to regain that. But to be even more direct, I just had my boss mainly suffered it, but the experience of having to remove anything that could be construed as EDI from a federal grant and scrubbing words that even referred to like bilingual. And so I see that as like we're engaged in a planning process that may make us ineligible for federal grants. And so that's a big risk that I think is kind of very direct.
Thank you. I appreciate the brave comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Bailey.
Yeah, I'll just add more specifically, given the financial update we got yesterday, just sort of the extent to which CPW and lots of agencies that address environmental issues rely on federal funding to, address the diverse environmental issues that our country's facing, and the loss of that and that being politicized, I think is a real challenge, in addition to the politicization of different aspects of the environment. We see it, I think, most perhaps palpably when it comes to carnivores, but right, we see sort of alignment and sort of linked to the rural-urban divide that Commissioner Haskett was talking about. But yeah, just sort of environmental issues being kind of reframed and sort of contextualized as political issues. And, in part because in some instances they very much are, and in other instances because they might further other political goals.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. And I might add, even though the carnivores and big species seem to really catch all of the spotlight, I don't think we give, even though CPW does an inordinate amount, I don't think society as a whole realizes the keystone species at the smallest level, from organisms in the soil to invertebrates to birds. Those are the things that if we can get people to realize, and I talk about energy development, the negative impacts that can be prevented if we do really intelligent development, as opposed to the potential damages that are irreversible if we don't. So that's something I think is something we're facing.
All right, getting just a little bit outside of politics, anything else that came up that was something you would like to share or voice your perspective of what you shared? Hearing none, we'll move on to the last of the AHA slides, which is around focusing on the strengths of the organization. I think this is an opportunity to think about, we talk about prioritizing and thinking about things that CPW is uniquely positioned to do and uniquely strong to do. What are those things? What are the 2 or 3 things maybe, or maybe the one thing that you think CPW is uniquely positioned to help realize the vision that you painted? Seeing quite a few responses. Some of the key elements that I see, one is resounding, which is the impeccable staff that work at CPW every day. I think that's maybe deserves of applause more than it probably gets sometimes, especially when I hear that they're feeling like they're ground into the dust. It's not a good feeling when you're the bread and butter of what makes the organization run and be successful, and the strength of the organization. I think some of the other things I saw throughout the other pieces around the trust in science and the trust in data. I think those 2 things go hand in hand. I see a lot of stuff that CPW is working on that has a lot of data that's supporting. I've been really impressed working with the human dynamics team around the work that they're doing. And they've been integrated with our team to help support the work that we're doing as well. as you think about some of these strengths, is there any other comments that you'd like to make? I see some pretty resounding themes throughout this. Is there any other comments you'd like to make before we go to the last discussion?
Commissioner Reading.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I put up there, and I think it's important that the general public still has a huge amount of trust in the agency. And that comes through time and again on surveys and other results, that they look to the agency for answers and they trust that agency is going to come up with the right answers. I think that's really huge.
Commissioner Touchton.
I think it moved fast for my old eyes, but I think a number of people mentioned our science-driven decision-making, and that is one of our real strengths versus some of our peer agencies, that we still produce our own science on questions we are concerned about. And we have that strength versus some other state game and fish agencies that don't do that and try to ground our decisions in what that science is telling us. So anyway, I think that's a strength that we should prioritize and maintain.
Commissioner Bailey.
Yeah, and I'd say in addition to recruiting and retaining staff, we have the most amazing volunteers, and ensuring, and also maybe a population to survey as well, or engage with via focus groups. But yeah, just making sure we continue to create opportunities to work with, support them, and allow people to engage with CPW in the variety of ways that they currently are.
Commissioner Beaulieu.
I didn't include it, I should probably write it up there, but I mean, just like programs for kids, like youth engagement, because I mean, that's the future of the agency, right? We need to be able to retain and inspire and engage our youth. And so I think CPW has some fabulous programs, and just continuing that, building that out, and bringing in all of those voices.
Yeah, my daughter learned to fly fish through one of your programs in Grand Junction, so I do appreciate that as well. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll go to the last question, and we'll be right on schedule as far as our time goes. This isn't the one, I don't think.
I think that was it.
Oh, well, that was not the question. So the last piece that we want to talk about is, when you think about that time horizon of 10 years, there's lots of things that CPW can say yes to and lots of things CPW is going to need to say no to. What do you think of the biggest opportunities? And this is just open, good of the order conversation. What are the big opportunities that you see on the horizon that CPW should take advantage of going forward over the next 10 years? I'm sorry, this is open dialogue, so chime in when you're ready. Yeah.
Commissioner Robinson.
I think the biggest thing we need to take advantage of is our voice. I think that we oftentimes are that commission that kind of does what we do at our meetings, but we aren't weighing in to everything that we could weigh into when it comes to the things that hit us. And I think that oftentimes things go unchecked. For example, we've had so many conversations about solar and all those things and about migration patterns, but a lot of the people out there don't know what they don't know, and I don't think we're being loud enough. And so I think that is an opportunity to use our voice and use our platform to spread the word, to not just educate, but to participate in the rulemaking of other opportunities or other bodies, so that they are aware that we're aware. I think that we can say all we want here, but unless you're watching our meetings and you're engaged in this production that we do once a month or so, you're not aware. And I think that we can be better at that, contrary to what I'm sure some people want us to do.
Thank you. I really appreciate that comment.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. Kind of along the same lines as Commissioner Robinson. Education has always been big, and I've mentioned it since the very beginning. Most of the people who follow what we do are it's like in a fishbowl, really. There's a huge segment of the population that have no idea who we are, what we do, why we do it, anything like that. And I think education is the key of we need to get a little bit more public, or I don't know how we get it out there, but we need to get it out there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Chair May. I think a resource and opportunity that is maybe one of our strongest is the passion and the care of the constituents of this state. I think it's easy for us sitting up here sometimes to feel the heaviness and the intensity of the public comments that can feel pointed. But I think another way to look at it is the people really care and have a lot of feelings around what's happening, and capitalizing on that care and deploying it is one of our strongest resources.
Commissioner Beaulieu.
Thank you, Chair May. I kind of envision, I think it's so important to consider all of, I think of the One Health concept where you're talking about the environment, humans, and animals are all interconnected. And I would love CPW to really kind of lean into that, because I want us to be talking about public health too. I want us to be a leader in this space because decisions are coming down to the states, and I want Colorado and CPW to be looking at the environmental impacts, the animal impacts, the human impacts, be able to bring them all together into one discussion and one consideration. And I see that happening, and just really leaning into those efforts, I think would be incredible.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair. I think building on the last two comments, just the coalitions that already exist and the passion across the state, right, across different groups, across different organizations as it relates to what is the state of the environment and how does it influence our health and well-being and our sort of ability to have joyful relationships with the environment, right? So, I'm thinking about the capacity for building partnerships that already exist through like the Partners in the Outdoors, through the Regional Partnership Program, for example, right, expanding those, better engagement with, things that, to Commissioner Beaulieu's point, right, like public health aspects of the work that we do and the benefits of a healthy environment for all of our well-being. Coalitions I think are critical. I'd also, right, I'm an academic, so research partners and building partnerships across all of the sort of research bodies and entities to support the ongoing work that CPW is doing. And then this feels a little flippant, but like technology, I'm thinking specifically, right, AI is kind of this weird, scary, nobody actually knows what to do with it kind of thing, but it's also very powerful. And if there are ways to sort of infuse it into, the databases being built, the way that we're sharing information, how we're collecting data from the public. And I don't know if it is, because I haven't tried to do any of these things, but it's there and it's only going to get better, right? And just thinking about the various emerging technologies that can help us, coordinate, organize, create, distribute, whatever it might be.
Thank you. I also want to apologize. I didn't think about the folks that are maybe on the call. Are there any other commissioners on the call that we want to invite into the conversation? I should have done that question by question. I apologize.
Commissioners Jacober and Otero.
I'm here. I've been following along. Agree with a lot of what's already been said. But just for this conversation in particular at this point, I think engagement with youth, it was put up there by several years, many of us know the average hunter is 55 years old. That's a big part of the financial piece that contributes to this through licenses and fees and whatnot. So we just have to continue to be diligent, remain intentional about those types of outreach, those types of programs, group programs like the Outdoor Equity Grant Program and things like that. And, one thing is providing those funds, but also I think just maybe a little bit closer engagement with those outdoor education recreation providers that work closely with our youth around the state.
Thank you, Commissioner Otero. Okay.
Awesome. Is there any other comments that before we transition to the next steps? Great. Well, thank you all. Really, this was a wonderful conversation. I'm glad that we were able to hear the voices in the room and to capture this, to be part of the dialogue that we're going to be going through over the next several months together. I look forward to our next time that we'll be able to discuss the findings from all the work that we've done. Is there a comments next slide? Make sure I don't miss anything. So what we're focusing on right now is as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be deploying an internal survey that was going out to staff next week. And we'll be monitoring that over the next couple of weeks. And we're going to be doing a lot of sense making with the organization internally when we have the results of that surveys, as well as doing focus groups. So you get a lot of data there's only a few questions that are open-ended. Most of them are a Likert scale. And so we're going to be getting a lot of that information. Then we need to go explore where we feel like there's more information to be had. And so we're going to be doing some of those focus groups internally and really honing in on what some of our internal challenges and strategy ideas from the organization. And then we're going to follow that same methodology when it goes to external stakeholders, where we have the survey, we have the random survey, we have the listening sessions, and opportunities for folks to comment that aren't in the four walls of the organization. And so that will be happening right on the heels of getting that survey out next week. And then we are looking forward to the August meeting where we'll be sharing out what we've heard, what we've learned, and there's going to probably be a lot of data, which is good. I think you all would be interested in hearing some of the key findings. In the interim, if there's things that you wish you would have said, or there's ways you want to communicate, if you communicate that through the organization, they can feed that down to us and make sure that we have all the information. I do have my email up here. If there's something that's burning platform for you, you want to reach out, I'm happy to field those questions or talk to the team about how we want to respond. So I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a wonderful commission, all the work that you do. It's just amazing. And so thank you for the opportunity to be part of this next journey with you.
Thank you very much. Very informative. Appreciate all the time spent with us. Commissioner Otero, did you have anything else? And my apology, when you come up on the screen, I don't want to ignore that you're there in case you had something you wanted to say.
No, I've just left my camera on for the remainder of the discussion.
Very good. Well, any thoughts, comments from the commission? Commissioner Bailey?
So thanks for this. I'm really excited to see where things go and what sort of comes out of the discussion. A couple things, I think, Dr. Mosby-Tyler, when you're talking about sort of the key principles, I didn't hear you explicitly name justice, and I know it sort of underlies a lot of this, but in my work, at least, I sort of view justice as the steps necessary to achieve, right, equitable outcomes. And so thinking about sort of how folks within and beyond the agency think about what those steps are, right? Where we see inequity or where we see a lack of belonging or where we see a lack of inclusion or engagement, figuring out what those steps are, that is sort of a just process, I think is really important. The last thing I would say very selfishly is if we can, through this process, get a better understanding of what the people who CPW hires in the future need to be equipped with, as somebody who at least trained some of them, that is of value to me. Right, what are, as you're hiring, as you're recruiting, as you're thinking about the future of parks and wildlife management, conservation, natural resource management, healthy ecosystems, what do people need to know and be trained with that maybe they're not when they're initially being hired, that folks in academic spaces can support?
Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you all for coming. This is great. It's so funny because I think it was a few meetings ago I questioned and asked the director if we could look at some strategic planning sessions, and little did I know he already had all that going. So I'm really excited to be doing this. I think one of the only things I want to take away, or I want us to take away from it as well, is a strategic plan is only as good as its KPIs, and its KPIs are only as good as its follow-up. And I would be remiss if I didn't say I think that I would be interested after we're done with the strategic planning process, Director, how are we going to engage with the Equity Project or whoever to making sure that we are continuously activating the things that we talked about and making sure that we can have I always call that shot in the arm by Dr. Mosby Tyler. Whether it's quarterly or bi-monthly, I mean, not bi-monthly, but quarterly or, bi-annually, to really just check in on how we're doing with our strategic visioning. I think it's so vital. So would love, as you go through this process, to hear about how we're going to activate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, no, we always, I say a little bit jokingly, but maybe somewhat seriously, in my career, most people throw up a little bit when you say the two words strategic plan together, right? And this is, David said it at the beginning of the presentation, because oftentimes organizations, especially government organizations, have a tendency to go through a strategic planning process. It feels really good for about 6 months. It goes on the shelf, and then you dust it off and you're like, oh, this is about 10 years old. Maybe we should think about updating it, as a hypothetical. The key is, and I had a little experience in leading the effort in my previous state. We did a 30-year strategic plan. There's a biological reason for that, but we actually, along the way, tapping into the staff that do the work, right? So there's the vision, there's what are the big goals, and then you have to tap into the experts inside the organization and experts outside of the organization as well to tell us what the KPIs need to look like. What is the work? How are we going to get that done? Instead of, in my experience, oftentimes you're the biologist, you get promoted to a level where you get to direct, and you're directing the how, instead of standing back and saying, here's the what and why. You guys tell us how we're going to be successful in achieving those goals and objectives, and that includes, in my experience, how we're going to measure our progress. The other part of that we were very intentional about is, as we built the plan, we were also looking at our internal processes, such that you don't have a plan that you set on the shelf. The plan, as it's being developed and finalized, is immediately incorporated into your processes so that you're living the plan, right? So we had a budget retreat recently as an example. Do we do budget over here like we always have, or does the strategic plan, is that your first question? What is this request going to deliver in our strategic plan? What are the priority actions from the strategic plan that we need to be investing in from a financial, FTE, outreach perspective? So I think my goal, and I know this team is amazing, which is why they're here. I'm so thankful that you're our team to help us, guide us through this journey to get to that space where we live the plan every day. And it's kind of like using EDI versus we just live it every day. And success means, as a person that I have a ton of respect for, that we don't even need the words anymore because we're just doing it, right? So we will have opportunities, I think, for us to come back, like when the plan's done, for us to come back and give, I don't know if those are annual updates. I mean, it's going to kind of depend on what the details of the plan are, but we certainly, like, this effort was really important to the team, to the division, that you all were helping create the foundation, and your fingerprints are in the plan too as our policymakers moving forward. So we'll definitely keep coming back and saying, hey, here's where we are. Could be around the time of updates on the annual budget proposal or the annual budget outcomes, but yeah, we'll definitely be connected.
If I may add on to that, Director, just to reiterate how we've implemented things on the ground from the 2015 plan, staff have been doing 2-year operational plans, so putting the strategies and the goals to work on the ground, and we've been doing reports every 2 years for those that are posted on our website. So that's a model that I think has worked well with folks implementing that and checking in on our progress that we can revisit, or if you want to do it more often, but just wanted to add that point.
Thank you, Emma. Commissioner Touchner, did you have something you wanted? I know you were up for a while. Okay. Well, seeing nothing else, I guess we will wrap this agenda item and appreciate everybody's attendance and appreciate what you offered to us. So thank you very much. I think we will take our 15-minute break now, and we'll come back to our next item. 15 minutes. Thank you. Meeting will come back to order. We will now go into 25A, where we prepare to enter into executive session. Turn it over to Councilor Matter.
Thank you, Chair May. I just have to kind of advise the public on what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. CPW's business is open to the public. One exception is to receive legal advice, which is what I'm going to provide in executive session today. The items for executive session are on the agenda, and I'll provide those right now. There's a law in Colorado that requires the commission to receive annual training on the Open Records Act, the Open Meetings Law, ethical standards, as well as your statutory authority. That law is Title 24, Article 3.7102, Best Practices for Boards and Commissions. And we're also going to talk about the Safari Club litigation, which is Safari Club, Sportsmen's Alliance Foundation, and Brett Axton versus CPW, which is in the Denver District Court. The case numbers 2024 CV 33613. Give you an update on that case and discuss the claims and defenses, and the open meetings law provision that allows us to go into executive session is Title 24, Article 6, Section 402(3)(a)(2), which allows the commission to ask me legal questions, and I can provide legal advice and kind of an update on those things. So with that, I would ask that you request a motion to enter executive session through a roll call vote.
Thank you, Councilor. I will entertain a motion, and please mention that we will be entering executive session, and then Molly will ask for a roll call vote. Commissioner Reading.
I make a motion that we enter executive session.
So moved.
Commissioner Vardy, or I'm sorry, Commissioner Robinson, second. Okay. We'll take a roll call vote.
Touchton? Robinson?
Aye.
Jacober? Otero?
Yes.
Haskett?
Yes.
Reading?
Yes.
Vardy?
Yes.
Bailey?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Beaulieu?
Yes.
Chair May?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Chair May, at this time, I'd ask all of the public to leave the room with the exception of the EMT, or the EMT is not the public, but in order to preserve the confidentiality nature of our discussion, we need to ask the public to leave the room at this time, please. Good.
All right, give us a couple seconds to get the room set up.
Sure. We're back. Mr. Chair, if you invite a motion to exit executive session with just a voice vote, that's fine. Then I have to give my closing remarks.
We will entertain a motion to exit the executive session. Moved by Commissioner Vardy, seconded by Commissioner Haskett. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. We're out of executive session.
Thank you. I just want to briefly update the public. We had an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Law, Title 24, Article 6, Section 402(3)(a)(2), to receive legal advice as required by Title 24, Article 3.7(102), which is best practices for boards and commissions, and to receive legal advice and respond to questions concerning the Safari Club, Sportsman's Alliance, and Axton versus CPW case, which is 2024 CV 33613, pending in the Denver District Court. During our discussion about the Commission's statutory authority, we had, I raised the issue of Title 33, Title 33, Article 1, Section 11006, which says the director and the executive director shall consult with the Commission in the establishment of the division's budget and the expenditures of all monies appropriated to the division by the General Assembly, which sparked a conversation which the Commission wants to hold an executive in open session. So I think that's what is sort of next up on your agenda.
Okay. I think we don't have any other business. We can talk about a future topic. Commissioner Robinson, if you'd like to bring that up.
Thank you, sir. I think one of the things that we've talked about was, given the level of interest from the public on making our finances more digestible, as well as transparent, and the great job that our CFO does in the reports, making sure that we have more time and diligence to discuss those finances. Understanding the statutory authority of the Commission is not to direct operations and/or the financial way of CPW, but only the rulemaking and the rules and regulations around those finances. And so with that said, Chair, for future topics, I would love to talk about in open session the formation of a finance committee or an alternative that allows for the public to have more transparency in the budget.
I think it'll be duly noted that at our next meeting, we will have an agenda item for discussion about finance committee with possible action on that. Agreed? Okay. Any other business to properly come before this meeting? Seeing none, I'll declare us adjourned.